In the primordial epoch, when the boundaries between divine and mortal realms shimmered like heat mirages across the Mediterranean, when gods did not merely observe humanity but walked among them with footsteps that cracked mountains and voices that commanded the very fabric of reality, Zeus, the thunderer, the cloud gatherer, the supreme architect of cosmic order, turned his omnipotent gaze toward the sun-drenched island of Crete. His eyes, which could pierce through the veils of time itself and witness the unfolding of destinies yet unwritten, focused with laser intensity upon a single mortal woman whose beauty had transcended the limitations of flesh to become something approaching divine perfection. Europa. The name itself carried weight in the halls of Olympus, whispered with equal parts admiration and jealousy by immortals who understood that this Phoenician princess had accomplished what few mortals ever achieved. She had captured not merely Zeus's fleeting attention, but something far more dangerous, his genuine affection. The god had courted her in the form of a magnificent white bull, its hide gleaming with supernatural radiance, its eyes holding depths of intelligence that betrayed its divine nature to anyone perceptive enough to truly see. Their union had produced children who carried divine blood in their veins, future kings and heroes whose names would echo through the corridors of history long after their mortal bodies had returned to dust. But divine love, Zeus understood with the bitter wisdom of countless millennia, carried with it divine complications. Europa now ruled as Queen of Crete, her palace overlooking azure waters that sparkled with deceptive tranquility. Yet beneath that peaceful surface lurked dangers that multiplied with each passing season. Pirates, brutal, cunning, utterly ruthless, sailed those wine-dark seas in vessels bristling with bronze weapons, and crewed by men who had long ago abandoned any pretense of mercy or honor. These maritime predators viewed coastal settlements as nothing more than treasure troves waiting to be plundered, their inhabitants as commodities to be sold in distant slave markets. Rival kingdoms cast envious eyes upon Crete's burgeoning prosperity, their rulers calculating the potential rewards of conquest against the risks of military action. Trade routes that passed through Cretan waters generated wealth that made neighboring monarchs salivate with barely concealed greed. Agricultural abundance blessed by favorable climate and divine favor created food surpluses that could feed armies or be traded for precious metals and exotic goods. The island had become a jewel of the Mediterranean, and jewels, Zeus knew, attracted thieves. More troubling still were the political machinations within Olympus itself. The complex web of divine relationships, alliances, and ancient grudges created an environment where Zeus's protection of Europa might be viewed as weakness to be exploited or favoritism to be challenged. Hera's legendary jealousy simmered with volcanic intensity, her rage at her husband's infidelities capable of manifesting in ways that could devastate entire kingdoms. Other gods, motivated by their own inscrutable agendas, might see Europa and her children as convenient pawns in larger games of divine chess. Conventional solutions proved inadequate when Zeus contemplated these multifaceted threats. Mortal guards, no matter how well-trained or courageously devoted, required sleep, food, and rest. They could be bribed, threatened, or deceived. Their attention wandered, their vigilance faltered, and their lifespans measured mere decades against threats that might persist for centuries. Even the finest human warriors possessed limitations that made them fundamentally unsuitable for the tasks Zeus envisioned. The solution that crystallized in the god's consciousness transcended conventional military thinking entirely. What Europa required was not an army, but a singular guardian whose very existence would redefine the concept of coastal defense. This protector would need to patrol Crete's extensive shoreline, hundreds of miles of beaches, cliffs, hidden coves, and rocky promontories, with absolute consistency, never tiring, never distracted, never compromised by the weaknesses that plagued mortal defenders. Bronze became the chosen medium, though not the bronze that mortal smiths produced through careful alloying of copper and tin. Zeus summoned forth metal that had never existed in the natural world, bronze infused with divine essence at the molecular level. This supernatural alloy gleamed with inner radiance that seemed to capture and concentrate sunlight, creating a visual effect that marked its bearer as something fundamentally other than mortal construction. The metal possessed properties that violated every principle of conventional metallurgy. It could flex like living muscle yet remain harder than the finest steel. It could conduct divine energy without degradation yet insulate against hostile magic. It could maintain its lustrous finish for millennia without the slightest hint of corrosion or tarnish. The creation process itself unfolded through pure divine will rather than conventional craftsmanship. Zeus did not require forge or hammer, anvil or tongs. His power flowed directly into the bronze, shaping it through intention alone, molding it according to specifications that existed fully formed in his omniscient mind. Massive quantities of supernatural metal responded to his cosmic authority, flowing like molten sunlight as it organized itself into the form that would become TALOS. The physical structure that emerged stood as a masterwork of divine engineering that would have left mortal architects weeping with inadequacy. TALOS rose to a height that dwarfed even the most imposing human warriors, his bronze frame measuring 30 feet from heel to crown. His proportions maintained the idealized human form, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, powerful legs capable of covering vast distances, arms that combined aesthetic beauty with devastating functional capability. Every surface of his bronze skin bore subtle texturing that suggested musculature beneath, complete with anatomical details so precise that they seemed to have been copied from the body of a god, rather than imagined from abstract principles. His face, cast in the same gleaming bronze as the rest of his form, achieved that perfect balance between human familiarity and divine transcendence that marked the finest examples of Olympian artistry. Strong features, a prominent brow, high cheekbones, a jaw that suggested both strength and nobility, combined with eyes that, though formed from solid bronze, possessed a depth that hinted at the consciousness that would soon inhabit this metallic form. Those eyes would see across impossible distances, perceive threats invisible to mortal observers, and never close in sleep or distraction. The joints represented perhaps the most remarkable achievement of Zeus's divine engineering. Rather than crude hinges or simple mechanical connections, these junction points incorporated sophisticated understanding of biomechanics and stress distribution that exceeded anything mortal science would achieve for millennia. Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, ankles, each joint functioned with fluid precision that allowed for the full range of motion his guardian duties would demand. The bronze at these crucial points showed microscopic variations in composition and structure, providing exactly the right combination of flexibility and strength for each specific function. Yet for all the magnificence of his physical construction, TALOS remained merely an elaborate statue until Zeus breathed life into the creation through divine animation. This moment of awakening would transform bronze into something approaching true life, creating a guardian whose consciousness operated according to principles that transcended both mortal biology and simple mechanical automation. The god's power gathered like a storm about to break, reality itself seeming to hold its breath in anticipation of what was about to unfold. The animation of TALOS began not with a single dramatic gesture, but with a carefully orchestrated sequence of divine interventions that would layer consciousness, power, and purpose into the bronze form, like a master painter building up colors on canvas. Zeus raised his right hand, fingers crackling with barely contained lightning, and spoke words in a language that predated human speech, the primordial tongue of creation itself, syllables that resonated with the fundamental frequencies of existence. The first element to manifest was the singular vein, a mystical conduit that would carry ichor instead of blood through Talos's bronze anatomy. Zeus's power carved this pathway through the solid metal with surgical precision, creating a channel that began near the right ankle and branched upward through the massive frame. Unlike mortal circulatory systems with their redundant pathways and complex networks, this divine vein followed a single primary route with carefully calculated secondary branches, each subdivision serving a specific purpose in the distribution of animating power. The vein's construction demonstrated engineering principles that transcended mortal understanding. Its walls consisted of bronze alloyed with trace elements that existed only in the divine realm, metals that had never touched mortal earth, substances whose very atomic structure defied conventional physics. These supernatural materials provided the perfect balance of strength and flexibility, capable of containing ichor under tremendous pressure while allowing for the subtle expansions and contractions necessary for fluid circulation. At the ankle, Zeus created the access point through which ichor would enter this supernatural circulatory system. His divine fingers shaped a small opening, no larger than a human thumb, positioned with mathematical precision to optimize fluid dynamics while minimizing structural vulnerability. The god understood that this access point represented a necessary compromise, a functional requirement that created an inherent weakness in an otherwise invulnerable construction. Yet cosmic laws demanded such balance. Even divine craftsmanship could not create perfect invincibility without violating fundamental principles that maintained order throughout the universe. To seal this crucial opening, Zeus crafted a bronze nail unlike any other component of Talos's construction. This sealing mechanism incorporated metals that possessed enhanced density and bonding properties, creating a plug that could withstand internal pressures that would shatter conventional materials. The nail's surface bore microscopic geometric patterns that interlocked with corresponding structures in the surrounding bronze, creating a seal that approached absolute perfection. Beneath this bronze plug, a thin membrane of divine tissue, neither fully organic nor entirely metallic, provided secondary protection, a flexible barrier that could accommodate pressure fluctuations while maintaining its sealing integrity. With the circulatory system complete, Zeus summoned forth the ichor itself. The golden fluid materialized from pure divine essence, condensing from invisible energy into liquid form that glowed with inner radiance. This was not merely blood, but concentrated divine power in its most refined state. The same substance that flowed through the veins of immortal gods, carrying with it consciousness, strength, and the fundamental force of eternal life. The ichor entered Talos's bronze form through the ankle access point, flowing upward through the singular vein with purposeful direction that defied gravity and conventional fluid dynamics. As the golden liquid filled the primary channel and began spreading through secondary branches, the bronze body responded with subtle changes that signaled the beginning of true animation. The metal seemed to warm from within, its surface taking on a quality that transcended mere reflection of external light to suggest internal luminescence. The moment of awakening arrived like dawn breaking across a darkened world. Talos's bronze eyes, which had been empty and lifeless, suddenly blazed with golden light as divine consciousness flooded into the artificial mind Zeus had prepared for it. This was not the gradual awakening of mortal birth, but instantaneous transition from non-existence to full awareness, from absolute darkness to complete understanding. The first sensation Talos experienced was the flow of ichor through his bronze veins, a feeling unlike anything mortal creatures could comprehend. The golden fluid carried with it not merely energy, but information, purpose, and identity. Through this supernatural circulation, he understood immediately and completely what he was, why he existed, and what duties he must fulfill. There was no confusion, no period of learning or adjustment, only perfect clarity of purpose that defined his entire existence. His second awareness was of his body, the massive bronze construction that he now inhabited and controlled with precision that exceeded mortal coordination. Talos could feel every component of his artificial anatomy, the joints that allowed movement, the structural elements that provided strength, the surface that would serve as both armor and interface with the physical world. He flexed his bronze fingers experimentally, watching with newly awakened consciousness as the metallic digits responded to his will with mechanical perfection. The third revelation came as his supernatural senses activated, flooding his consciousness with information about the world around him. His bronze eyes perceived not merely visible light, but the entire electromagnetic spectrum, allowing him to see heat signatures, detect magical emanations, and observe details across distances that would render mortal vision useless. His hearing extended far beyond human range, capturing sounds from across vast expanses of land and sea. The whisper of wind through distant olive groves, the splash of waves against rocky shores miles away, the rhythmic breathing of sleeping citizens in coastal villages. But most remarkable was his divine awareness, a sense that transcended conventional perception entirely. Through this supernatural consciousness, TALOS could detect approaching threats while they remained far beyond the horizon, distinguish between friendly vessels and hostile forces through subtle emanations of intent, and perceive the complex web of divine and mortal energies that flowed through the Mediterranean world. This awareness operated continuously, never sleeping, never distracted, providing perfect vigilance that no mortal guard could hope to match. Zeus's voice resonated through Talos's consciousness, not as external sound, but as direct communication between creator and creation. The god's words established the parameters of his eternal duty with crystalline clarity. You are Talos, guardian of Crete, protector of Europa and her children, eternal sentinel of these sacred shores. 3 times each day you shall circuit this island's coastline, allowing no hostile force to touch these beaches, no enemy to threaten those under my protection. Your strength shall be as the mountains, your vigilance as the stars, your loyalty as unchanging as the cosmic order itself. The divine mandate settled into Talos's consciousness like a fundamental law of his existence, as immutable as gravity or the passage of time. He could no more disobey these instructions than he could cease to exist. They defined the very core of his being, the purpose for which every component of his bronze construction had been designed. As Zeus's presence withdrew, returning to Olympus and leaving his creation to fulfill its eternal duty, Talos took his first steps along the Cretan coastline. Each footfall created tremors that resonated through the rocky ground, announcing the presence of a new force in the Mediterranean world. His bronze feet, each weighing several tons, left deep impressions in sand and subtle marks even on solid stone, physical evidence of his passage that would serve as warnings to any who contemplated hostile action against Crete. The sun caught his bronze surface as he moved, creating brilliant flashes of reflected light that could be seen across tremendous distances. This gleaming radiance served multiple purposes. It announced his presence to Cretan citizens who could take comfort in their guardian's vigilance. It warned potential enemies that the island possessed supernatural protection, and it created a visual spectacle that reinforced the divine nature of his existence. Talos's first complete circuit of the island took approximately 8 hours, his massive strides covering ground with efficiency that no mortal patrol could match. As he walked, his supernatural senses cataloged every detail of the coastline, the location of beaches suitable for landing operations, the positions of rocky promontories that might provide cover for approaching vessels, the depths of waters near shore that would determine what types of ships could approach safely. This information organized itself automatically in his divine consciousness, creating a comprehensive tactical database that would inform his defensive strategies for centuries to come. The citizens of Crete who witnessed their new guardian's first patrol responded with a mixture of awe, fear, and profound relief. Here was protection that transcended anything mortal military forces could provide. a defender who would never sleep, never tire, never be corrupted or deceived. The bronze colossus striding along their coastline represented the physical manifestation of divine favor, tangible proof that Zeus himself watched over their island kingdom. As night fell across the Mediterranean, TALOS continued his patrol without pause or alteration. Darkness posed no obstacle to his supernatural vision, which perceived the world with perfect clarity regardless of lighting conditions. His bronze form gleamed in the moonlight as he maintained his vigilant circuit, the rhythmic thunder of his footsteps providing reassurance to sleeping citizens that their guardian remained ever watchful. The era of TALOS had begun, and Crete would never be the same. The intellectual appetite clearly existed for narratives like the Atlantis story, yet the specific Platonic account remained unavailable to satisfy this curiosity. The Renaissance transformation of European intellectual culture began with the gradual recovery of classical Greek texts through contact with Byzantine scholars and the systematic exploration of monastic libraries. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 accelerated this process by forcing Greek scholars westward, carrying with them manuscript collections that had survived in Eastern libraries. Among these recovered texts were complete versions of Plato's dialogues, including the TMUs and Critias that contain the full Atlantis narrative. Marsilio Fino's monumental Latin translation of Plato's complete works, completed in Florence around 1484, marked the decisive moment in the Atlantis narrative's return to European consciousness. Ficino, working under the patronage of Cosimo de' Medici, approached his translation project with both scholarly rigor and philosophical enthusiasm that reflected the broader Renaissance engagement with classical antiquity. His translation made Platonic texts accessible to educated Europeans for the first time in nearly a millennium, creating the foundation for renewed scholarly engagement with the Atlantis story. Fino's interpretive approach to the Atlantis narrative reflected his deep commitment to Neoplatonic philosophy and his belief in the fundamental compatibility between Platonic wisdom and Christian truth. Rather than viewing the story as either pure fiction or literal history, Fino understood it as a complex allegorical framework that encoded profound truths about human nature and divine providence. His commentary emphasized the moral dimensions of the narrative, interpreting the rise and fall of Atlantis as an illustration of the eternal conflict between spiritual and material values. The Medici court's intellectual environment proved particularly receptive to the Atlantis narrative's themes of lost wisdom and ancient greatness. Renaissance humanists, acutely conscious of their own civilization's relationship to classical antiquity, found in the Atlantis story a powerful metaphor for the recovery and loss of cultural achievement. The parallel between their own efforts to recover classical learning and Plato's account of ancient wisdom preserved in Egyptian temples resonated strongly with humanist sensibilities. Pico della Mirandola's engagement with the Atlantis narrative exemplified the Renaissance synthesis of classical philosophy, Christian theology, and esoteric wisdom traditions. His oration on the dignity of man reflected the same confidence in human potential that characterized Plato's description of early Atlantean civilization, while his warnings about the dangers of material excess echoed the moral decline that Plato attributed to later Atlantean generations. This thematic convergence helped establish the Atlantis story as a central reference point for Renaissance discussions about human nature and civilizational development. The printing revolution of the late 15th century dramatically expanded access to Fino's Platonic translations, ensuring that the Atlantis narrative reached scholarly audiences throughout Europe. The 1491 Venetian edition of Ficino's translation, produced by Aldus Manutius, exemplified the new technology's capacity to disseminate classical texts with unprecedented speed and accuracy. Within decades, educated Europeans from London to Prague possessed access to complete versions of the Timaeus and Critias, ending the millennium-long absence of the Atlantis story from European intellectual discourse. The rediscovery of the Atlantis narrative coincided with the age of exploration's dramatic expansion of geographical knowledge, creating unprecedented opportunities for new interpretations of Plato's account. Columbus's voyages across the Atlantic Ocean beginning in 1492 occurred within a decade of Ficino's translation project, establishing a remarkable chronological convergence between textual recovery and geographical exploration. This timing proved crucial for subsequent interpretations of the Atlantis narrative, as European scholars suddenly possessed both access to Plato's complete account and contemporary evidence of previously unknown lands beyond the Atlantic. The Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire provided particularly compelling material for Atlantis speculation. Hernán Cortés's letters describing Tenochtitlan's sophisticated urban planning, elaborate water management systems, and vast wealth immediately reminded educated Europeans of Plato's description of the Atlantean capital. The city's location on an island connected to the mainland by causeways, its complex system of canals and harbors, and its impressive architectural achievements all seem to echo specific details from the Critias dialogue. Francisco López de Gomera's Historia General Diaz, published in 1552, made explicit connections between the newly discovered American civilizations and Plato's Atlantis narrative. López de Gomera argued that the advanced indigenous cultures encountered by Spanish conquistadors provided concrete evidence that sophisticated civilizations had indeed existed in the Atlantic region, lending credibility to Plato's account. His interpretation suggested that the Atlantis story preserved genuine historical memories of pre-Columbian American civilizations transmitted through Egyptian records and ultimately recorded by Plato. The geographical location of the Americas relative to the Mediterranean world also seemed to support Platonic accuracy. The positioning of the New World beyond the Strait of Gibraltar corresponded precisely to Plato's description of Atlantis as lying beyond the Pillars of Hercules. The vast size of the American continent matched Plato's claim that Atlantis had been larger than Libya and Asia combined, while the Atlantic Ocean's extent provided ample space for the additional territories that Plato attributed to Atlantean control. Gonzalo Fernández, Deviade's Historial General Dies Indias, offered a more systematic analysis of parallels between Platonic descriptions and American realities. Ado, who spent decades in the New World documenting indigenous cultures and natural phenomena, identified numerous specific correspondences between Plato's account and observed American characteristics. He noted similarities in mythical techniques, agricultural practices, and architectural styles that suggested possible historical connections between Plato's Atlantis and pre-Columbian civilizations. The discovery of advanced hydraulic engineering in various American cultures provided particularly striking parallels to Plato's description of Atlantean water management. The elaborate canal systems of the Aztec capital, the sophisticated irrigation networks of Andean civilizations, and the complex harbor facilities found at various coastal sites all demonstrated engineering capabilities that matched or exceeded those attributed to Atlantis. These technological parallels suggested to Renaissance observers that American civilizations possessed the advanced knowledge that would have been necessary to construct the elaborate infrastructure described in the Crit Dios Historial de Losses, published in 1590, attempted to provide a comprehensive framework for understanding the relationship between classical accounts of lost civilizations and contemporary American discoveries. Acosta argued that the Americas had been populated by successive waves of migration from the Old World, some of which might have carried memories of ancient civilizations that ultimately influenced indigenous American cultures. This migration theory provided a mechanism for explaining apparent parallels between Platonic descriptions and American realities without requiring direct historical continuity. The chronological difficulties posed by Plato's dating of Atlantis to approximately 9500 BC created significant challenges for scholars attempting to connect the narrative with known American civilizations. Renaissance chronographers, working within biblical frameworks that placed human creation only a few millennia before the Christian era, struggled to accommodate Plato's ancient dating, while maintaining the historical accuracy of scriptural accounts. Some scholars resolved this difficulty by arguing that Plato had misunderstood Egyptian chronological systems, while others suggested that the story referred to more recent events that had been artificially antiquated through oral transmission. The linguistic evidence presented by American discoveries also influenced Renaissance interpretations of the Atlantis narrative. Early ethnographers noted apparent similarities between certain American languages and Old World linguistic families, suggesting possible historical connections that might support Platonic claims about ancient Atlantic civilizations. While these linguistic parallels later proved largely illusory, they provided contemporary scholars with additional evidence for treating the Atlantis narrative as historically grounded, rather than purely fictional. The intellectual ferment of the 17th and 18th centuries transformed European approaches to ancient texts and historical claims with unprecedented rigor. The scientific revolution's emphasis on empirical observation and systematic methodology created new frameworks for evaluating historical narratives, while expanding geographical knowledge provided fresh context for interpreting ancient accounts of distant lands. Within this transformed intellectual landscape, the Atlantis narrative encountered both vigorous scholarly investigation and increasingly sophisticated criticism, as Enlightenment thinkers applied emerging standards of evidence and reasoning to Plato's ancient account. The economic impact of Talos's presence manifested through multiple channels that transformed Crete's position in Mediterranean trade networks. Merchants who might have avoided the island due to piracy concerns now sought out Cretan ports specifically because of the supernatural security the Bronze Guardian provided. Ships carrying valuable cargoes, precious metals, exotic spices, fine textiles, could anchor in Cretan harbors with confidence that no pirate fleet would dare approach, while Talos maintained his vigilant patrol. This influx of commercial traffic generated tremendous wealth for the island kingdom, as harbor fees, trade taxes, and merchant spending enriched coastal communities. The strategic value of Crete's impregnable defenses attracted diplomatic attention from kingdoms throughout the Mediterranean world. Rulers who sought alliances with Europa's realm understood that partnership with Crete provided access to the only truly secure harbor facilities in the region, locations where naval forces could resupply and refit without fear of surprise attack. This diplomatic leverage enhanced Crete's political influence far beyond what its geographic size or population would normally justify, transforming the island into a crucial player in the complex web of alliances and rivalries that characterized Mediterranean geopolitics. Yet beneath the prosperity and security that Talos provided lurked questions that troubled the more philosophically inclined among Crete's citizens. What was the true nature of their Bronze Guardian's consciousness? Did he possess genuine awareness and emotion, or merely sophisticated programming that simulated conscious behavior? Could a being created through divine will, rather than natural birth, truly be considered alive in any meaningful sense? These theological and philosophical debates generated no definitive answers, but they reflected the profound unease that accompanied humanity's first sustained encounter with artificial intelligence operating at divine levels of capability. The Bronze Guardian himself remained enigmatic regarding such questions, his interactions with mortals limited to the minimum necessary for fulfilling his protective duties. He never initiated conversations, never expressed opinions on matters unrelated to coastal defense, never displayed the curiosity or emotional complexity that characterized truly conscious beings. This inscrutability enhanced his mystique while preventing the development of genuine relationships between protector and protected. Talos remained forever separate, forever other, a divine tool rather than a member of Cretan society. As months stretched into years and years accumulated into decades, the Bronze Guardian's eternal patrol became as much a part of Crete's identity as its mountains and harbors. Generations of citizens grew up knowing no other reality than an island protected by supernatural force, their sense of security so complete that they struggled to imagine the vulnerability that characterized life in other kingdoms. The rhythmic thunder of bronze footsteps became the heartbeat of Cretan civilization, a constant reminder that divine favor watched over their shores. Yet in distant ports and pirate havens, other forces were stirring. Ambitious commanders who viewed TALOS not as an insurmountable obstacle, but as a challenge to be overcome, a puzzle whose solution would bring glory and riches beyond measure. The Bronze Guardian's reputation had spread throughout the Mediterranean world, and with that fame came the inevitable consequence. Someone would eventually attempt to test whether divine craftsmanship truly created invincibility, or merely the illusion of it. The first such challenge was already taking shape in the war councils of Phoenician raiders, where experienced commanders studied reports about Crete's bronze protector, and began developing tactics they believed might succeed where conventional approaches would fail. Their fleet was being assembled, their warriors trained, their confidence building toward the moment when they would sail toward Cretan waters and discover whether legends matched reality. TALOS continued his patrol, unaware and unconcerned about the plots being hatched against him, his bronze feet leaving their distinctive marks on sand and stone, his supernatural senses scanning the horizon for threats, his divine consciousness focused with absolute clarity on the single purpose for which he had been created, the eternal protection of Crete and all who dwelt upon its sacred shores. The Phoenician fleet that assembled in the harbor of Sidon represented the most ambitious military operation yet directed against Crete's supernatural defenses. 30 warships, each crewed by battle-hardened warriors who had survived countless raids across the Mediterranean, formed a armada whose combined strength had previously proven sufficient to overwhelm the defenses of fortified coastal cities. Their commander, a scarred veteran named Balshaman, who had built his reputation through tactical brilliance and ruthless efficiency, believed he had identified exploitable weaknesses in Talos's patrol patterns that would allow his forces to establish a beachhead before the Bronze Guardian could respond effectively. The intelligence gathering that preceded this operation had consumed months of careful observation and analysis. Phoenician scouts positioned on neutral islands had tracked Talos's movements with meticulous attention to detail, recording the precise timing of his circuits, mapping the routes he followed along different sections of coastline, and noting any variations in his behavior that might indicate limitations or vulnerabilities. Their reports filled dozens of wax tablets with observations that Baal-Shamin studied with the intensity of a scholar deciphering ancient texts, searching for patterns that might reveal opportunities for exploitation. The tactical plan that emerged from this analysis relied on mathematical precision and coordinated execution that would test the limits of his fleet's discipline. Balshaman had identified a section of Crete's northern coastline where the distance between Talos's patrol route and the beach created a window of approximately 15 minutes, during which landing forces might establish defensive positions before the Guardian could respond. The plan required his fleet to approach during the narrow interval immediately after Talos passed the target beach, then execute a rapid amphibious assault that would place several hundred warriors ashore before the bronze colossus completed his circuit and returned to investigate. The Phoenician commander understood that success depended entirely on speed and surprise. His warriors had trained extensively in rapid beach landings, practicing until they could transition from shipboard positions to combat formations on shore in less than 3 minutes. Each vessel carried prefabricated defensive structures, wooden stakes, portable barriers, and heavy shields that could be assembled quickly to create fortified positions capable of withstanding initial counterattacks. The theory was sound. If they could establish a defensible perimeter before Talos arrived, They might survive his initial assault long enough to demonstrate that Crete's defenses were not truly impregnable, potentially opening the island to future attacks by other forces emboldened by Phoenician success. The fleet departed Sidon under cover of darkness, maintaining strict noise discipline as oars dipped silently into calm waters. Baal Shemin had timed the operation to coincide with a new moon, minimizing the risk of visual detection during their approach. The warships moved in tight formation, their experienced crews maintaining precise spacing through subtle acoustic signals that would be inaudible beyond a few hundred yards. Every aspect of the operation reflected professional military competence, operating at the highest levels. This was no disorganized pirate raid, but a carefully orchestrated assault by warriors who understood their craft thoroughly. As dawn broke across the Mediterranean, the Phoenician fleet had positioned itself approximately 10 miles north of Crete, far enough from shore to remain beyond Talos's visual range, while close enough to execute their final approach within the critical timing window. Scouts equipped with polished bronze mirrors climbed to elevated positions on the lead vessels, using reflected sunlight to scan the distant coastline for signs of the Bronze Guardian's position. The entire fleet waited in tense silence, warriors checking weapons and equipment, while their commanders studied the shoreline through the clear morning air, searching for the telltale gleam of bronze that would indicate Talos's location. The signal came as a series of sharp whistles from the scout positions. Talos had been spotted moving eastward along the northern coast, his massive form clearly visible even at extreme distance, due to the brilliant reflections his bronze surface generated in the morning sunlight. Baal Shemin's calculations indicated that the Guardian would reach the eastern promontory in approximately 40 minutes, then turn southward to patrol that section of coastline. This created the window his plan required, a brief interval during which their target beach would be temporarily unobserved, the Bronze Sentinel's attention focused elsewhere. The Phoenician commander raised his arm, holding the signal position as his crews made final preparations. Oars lifted from the water in perfect synchronization, poised for the explosive acceleration that would drive the warships toward shore at maximum speed. Warriors gripped their weapons with white-knuckled intensity, their expressions reflecting the peculiar mixture of fear and excitement that preceded combat against supernatural opponents. Every man in the fleet understood the magnitude of what they were attempting. They were about to test whether mortal courage and tactical skill could overcome divine craftsmanship. Baal Shemin's arm dropped, and 30 warships surged forward as hundreds of oars bit into the water with coordinated power. The vessels accelerated rapidly, their bronze-reinforced rams cutting through the calm morning sea as crews pulled with desperate strength. The race against time had begun. They needed to cover 10 miles of open water, execute their beach landing, and establish defensive positions before Talos completed his patrol route and returned to investigate the disturbance. The approach proceeded flawlessly for the first 8 miles. The warships maintained their tight formation, their experienced crews pulling with mechanical consistency that maximized speed while conserving energy for the critical final sprint. Baal Shemin stood at the prow of his flagship, eyes fixed on the approaching coastline, mentally calculating distances and timing with the precision of a mathematician solving complex equations. His plan was working. They would reach the beach with minutes to spare, enough time to get substantial forces ashore before the Bronze Guardian could respond. Then, at a distance of approximately 2 miles from shore, everything changed. The rhythmic thunder of bronze footsteps, which had been fading as Talos moved away from their target beach, suddenly ceased. An unnatural silence fell across the water, broken only by the splash of oars and the harsh breathing of rowing crews. Baal Shemin felt ice crystallize in his stomach as he realized what that silence meant. Talos had stopped his patrol. The Bronze Guardian had somehow detected their approach despite the distance and the careful stealth of their operation. The Phoenician commander's worst fears materialized as a brilliant flash of reflected sunlight appeared on the coastal ridge above their target beach. TALOS had not merely stopped, he had reversed direction entirely, abandoning his standard patrol route to move directly toward the approaching threat. The bronze colossus stood motionless for a moment, his supernatural gaze fixed on the Phoenician fleet, with an intensity that seemed to generate physical pressure across the intervening distance. Then he began moving toward the beach with strides that covered ground at a rate that defied his massive size, each footfall generating tremors that radiated through the rocky terrain. Bal-Shamin faced an instant decision that would determine the fate of his entire fleet. They had committed to the attack and were now too close to shore to retreat safely. Turning the warships around would require precious minutes during which they would be vulnerable to attack from the rapidly approaching Guardian. The only option was to continue the assault and hope that their defensive preparations would prove sufficient to survive Talos's counterattack long enough to execute an organized withdrawal. "Full speed!" he roared, his voice carrying across the water to the other vessels. "Beach the ships and form defensive positions. Prepare bolder defenses." The Phoenician warships surged forward in a final desperate sprint, their crews pulling with strength born of terror and determination. The bronze-reinforced prows struck the sandy beach with tremendous force, driving deep into the shore as warriors poured over the sides with weapons ready. The landing operation that had been planned as a careful, methodical process became a chaotic scramble as hundreds of men rushed to establish positions before Talos arrived. The Bronze Guardian reached the beach ridge as the first Phoenician defensive formations were taking shape. He paused there, his massive form silhouetted against the morning sky, and for a moment the warriors below could see him in his full terrible majesty. 30 feet of divine bronze craftsmanship, every surface gleaming with supernatural radiance, his golden eyes blazing with focused intensity that suggested consciousness far beyond mere mechanical response. The sight broke the courage of several dozen warriors who dropped their weapons and fled toward the water, preferring to take their chances with the sea rather than face what was descending toward them. Talos began his descent from the ridge with movements that combined mechanical precision and terrible purpose. His bronze feet struck the rocky slope with impacts that generated shockwaves through the ground, causing loose stones to cascade downward in small avalanches. The thunder of his approach grew louder with each stride, a rhythmic percussion that seemed to synchronize with the racing heartbeats of the Phoenician warriors watching his advance. Bal-Shamin had positioned his best troops in the forward defensive line, veterans who had faced death countless times and possessed the discipline to maintain formation even against supernatural threats. These warriors held massive shields reinforced with bronze, creating an overlapping barrier designed to deflect projectile attacks, while providing cover for spearmen positioned in secondary ranks. Behind this shield wall, specialized crews had assembled their boulder-launching catapults, primitive but effective siege weapons that could hurl stones weighing up to 50 pounds across distances of several hundred yards. "Hold positions," Bal-Shamin commanded, his voice steady despite the terror that gripped his chest. "Wait for my signal." Talos reached the base of the ridge and began crossing the open beach toward the Phoenician positions. His bronze feet sank several inches into the sand with each step, leaving perfect impressions that filled immediately with water seeping up from below. The distance between Guardian and invaders closed with inexorable certainty, 300 yards, 200, 100. The bronze colossus showed no hesitation, no uncertainty, only absolute confidence in his ability to eliminate the threat before him. At 75 yards, Bal-Shamin gave the order, "Catapults, loose." 6 boulder launching, weapons released simultaneously, their wooden arms snapping forward with tremendous force to hurl heavy stones toward the approaching guardian. The projectiles arced through the morning air in trajectories calculated to strike Talos's torso and head, targeting areas where impacts might cause maximum disruption to his mechanical systems. The Phoenician crews had practiced this maneuver extensively, and their aim proved excellent. All 6 boulders struck their target within seconds of each other. The impacts generated sounds like massive bells being struck with iron hammers, deep resonant tones that echoed across the beach and out over the water. Bronze met stone with forces that shattered the boulders into fragments, sending shards of rock spinning away in all directions. Dust clouds erupted around Talos's torso as pulverized stone created temporary obscuration that hid him from view for several heartbeats. When the dust cleared, the Phoenician warriors felt their remaining courage evaporate like morning dew under harsh sunlight. Talos stood completely unchanged, his bronze surface showing not even the slightest dent or scratch from impacts that would have demolished stone walls or shattered wooden fortifications. The divine craftsmanship that Zeus had employed in his creation had produced a construction that transcended mortal engineering entirely. The bronze was not merely metal, but matter infused with divine essence that rendered it effectively indestructible by conventional means. The Guardian resumed his advance without pause, as if the boulder strikes had been nothing more than gentle rain. His golden eyes remained fixed on the Phoenician positions with unwavering focus, and now his bronze hands reached down to grasp stones from the beach. Not small rocks, but massive boulders weighing hundreds of pounds that he lifted with casual ease that mocked the limitations of mortal strength. Talos's first throw demonstrated capabilities that exceeded anything Baal Shaman's intelligence gathering had suggested. The bronze arm moved in a blur of motion too fast for human eyes to track clearly, releasing a boulder that crossed the remaining distance to the Phoenician lines in less than a second. The projectile struck the center of the shield wall with apocalyptic force, instantly killing a dozen warriors and creating a gap in the defensive formation that exposed the troops behind to direct attack. The second and third throws followed within heartbeats, each boulder finding its target with precision that suggested supernatural guidance rather than mere physical accuracy. The carefully constructed Phoenician defenses disintegrated under the assault, wooden barriers exploding into splinters, bronze shields crumpling like parchment, human bodies broken and scattered like discarded toys. The organized military formation that had represented months of training and preparation dissolved into chaos as surviving warriors abandoned their positions and fled toward the dubious safety of their beached warships. Baal Shamin recognized defeat with the clarity of a commander who had survived previous disasters through his ability to acknowledge reality without self-deception. "Retreat!" he bellowed, his voice barely audible over the screams of dying men and the thunder of Talos's continuing bombardment. "Back to the ships! Emergency launch!" The withdrawal became a rout as Phoenician warriors scrambled over their own beached vessels in desperate attempts to reach the water. Crews struggled to push the heavy warships back into the sea, their efforts hampered by the deep furrows the bronze-reinforced prows had carved into the sandy beach during their aggressive landing. Talos continued his methodical destruction of the abandoned defensive positions, his boulder throws reducing every structure to rubble with systematic thoroughness that suggested he was not merely defending against this specific attack, but sending a message to any future forces that might contemplate similar operations. The Phoenician retreat descended into a nightmare of blood and chaos as Talos shifted his attention from the abandoned defensive positions to the warships struggling to escape back into open water. The Bronze Guardian strode into the surf with complete disregard for the waves that crashed against his metallic legs, the water reaching only to his knees, even where it would have been chest-deep for mortal men. His golden eyes tracked the fleeing vessels with predatory focus, calculating trajectories and distances with supernatural precision that allowed him to select targets for maximum strategic impact. The first warship to feel Talos's wrath was a heavy trireme that had become grounded on a sandbar approximately 50 yards from shore. Its crew pulled desperately at their oars, trying to generate enough momentum to break free from the underwater obstacle, but their efforts proved futile as a massive boulder struck the vessel amidships with catastrophic force. The bronze-reinforced hull, designed to withstand ramming attacks from enemy warships, shattered like pottery under the impact. The trireme broke into two distinct sections that immediately began taking on water, spilling warriors and oarsmen into the sea, where many drowned under the weight of their armor and weapons. Talos waded deeper into the water, his bronze construction unaffected by the buoyancy that would have lifted mortal beings. His feet found purchase on the sandy bottom, even as waves broke against his torso, and from this position he continued his systematic destruction of the Phoenician fleet. Each boulder he threw traveled with velocity that seemed to accelerate rather than diminish over distance, striking targets with precision that suggested divine guidance rather than mere physical accuracy. Masts splintered and collapsed, hulls cracked and flooded, oars shattered into useless fragments as the Bronze Guardian methodically eliminated the invaders' capacity for organized retreat. Baal Shaman's flagship had managed to push clear of the beach and was pulling away with desperate speed, its crew rowing with strength born of pure terror. The Phoenician commander stood at the stern, watching with horrified fascination as Talos destroyed his fleet with efficiency that mocked every tactical principle he had studied throughout his military career. The Bronze Colossus represented a category of threat that conventional warfare simply could not address, an opponent whose capabilities so thoroughly exceeded mortal limitations that courage, skill, and numerical superiority became meaningless factors in determining combat outcomes. A boulder the size of a wine barrel arced through the air toward the flagship, its trajectory calculated with mathematical perfection to strike the vessel's stern where Baal Shaman stood. The Phoenician commander had perhaps 2 seconds to recognize his approaching death, time enough for a final thought about the hubris that had led him to believe mortal tactics could overcome divine craftsmanship. Then the boulder struck with force that obliterated the entire stern section, killing Baal Shaman instantly and sending his body tumbling into the churning water, along with shattered timbers and broken oars. The flagship, its structural integrity compromised and its command structure eliminated, began taking on water rapidly. The surviving crew members abandoned their rowing positions and dove into the sea, preferring to take their chances with drowning rather than remain aboard a vessel that was clearly doomed. Some managed to grab floating debris that might keep them afloat long enough to reach one of the few warships that had escaped the immediate killing zone. Others simply disappeared beneath the waves, dragged down by their equipment or too exhausted from the desperate rowing to maintain themselves at the surface. Talos continued his assault until no Phoenician vessel remained within his effective range. Of the 30 warships that had approached Crete with such confidence that morning, only 7 managed to escape into open water, and even these bore significant damage from glancing boulder strikes or collisions with other vessels during the chaotic retreat. The Bronze Guardian stood motionless in the surf for several minutes, his supernatural senses tracking the fleeing ships as they disappeared toward the northern horizon, ensuring that the threat had been completely neutralized before he returned his attention to other duties. The beach behind him resembled a vision of apocalypse, littered with the wreckage of Phoenician ambitions and the broken bodies of warriors who had learned too late that some defenses truly were impregnable. Shattered shields and splintered weapons lay scattered across the sand, mixed with the debris of destroyed defensive structures, and the personal effects of men who would never return home. The tide was beginning to rise, and soon the water would claim much of this evidence, dragging it out to sea where it would serve as a warning to any marine creatures that might contemplate approaching Crete's protected shores. Talos waded back to the beach and began a methodical inspection of the battlefield, his divine consciousness cataloging every detail of the engagement for future reference. His bronze feet crushed abandoned weapons and equipment as he moved, reducing swords and spears to twisted metal that would never threaten anyone again. He paused occasionally to examine specific items, a commander's helmet decorated with elaborate engravings, a shield bearing the emblem of a Phoenician noble house, a bronze-tipped spear of exceptional craftsmanship, studying these artifacts as if trying to understand the nature of the beings who had created them and the motivations that had driven them to attack his protected shores. The few Phoenician warriors who had survived the initial assault and failed to reach the retreating ships now huddled in small groups among the rocks at the base of the coastal ridge, hoping desperately that the Bronze Guardian might overlook them or consider them too insignificant to warrant attention. These hopes proved futile as Talos's supernatural senses detected their presence with perfect clarity. He approached the largest group, 7 men clustered behind a boulder, their weapons discarded, their faces reflecting the absolute certainty of approaching death. The bronze colossus stood before them, his massive form blocking out the sun and casting them into shadow. His golden eyes studied the terrified warriors with an expression that might have been curiosity or might have been merely the mechanical focus of a divine construct examining specimens of the species it had been created to defend against. For a long moment, nothing happened. The Phoenicians remained frozen in place, too frightened to flee and too hopeless to fight, while Talos simply observed them with that unsettling supernatural gaze. Then, in a gesture that would be debated by scholars and theologians for generations, Talos stepped aside and pointed toward the water with one bronze hand. The meaning was unmistakable. He was giving them permission to leave, to swim toward the distant specks of their retreating fleet and take their chances with the sea, rather than face immediate execution. The Phoenician warriors stared at him in disbelief for several heartbeats, unable to comprehend this unexpected mercy from a being they had assumed possessed no capacity for compassion or restraint. One warrior, braver or more desperate than his companions, rose slowly to his feet and began walking toward the water, his movements careful and non-threatening, his eyes never leaving Talos's bronze face. When the Guardian made no move to stop him, the others followed, moving in a tight group that suggested mutual support and shared terror. They entered the surf and began swimming toward the horizon, their strokes weak and uncoordinated from exhaustion and fear, but driven by the desperate hope that they might somehow survive to tell the tale of their encounter with Crete's supernatural protector. Talos watched them until they had covered several hundred yards, ensuring they were truly departing rather than attempting some desperate final attack. Then he turned his attention to the other small groups of survivors scattered along the beach, repeating the same gesture, pointing toward the water, granting permission to leave, allowing these defeated enemies to carry word of what happened to those who challenged Crete's divine defenses. This was not mercy in any conventional sense, but rather a calculated strategic decision. Survivors would spread tales of the Bronze Guardian's invincibility far more effectively than complete annihilation of the attacking force, which might be attributed to storms or other natural disasters rather than supernatural intervention. By midday, the beach had been cleared of living Phoenicians, though the physical evidence of the battle would remain visible for weeks. Talos resumed his standard patrol pattern, his bronze feet leaving fresh impressions in sand still stained with blood and littered with the debris of shattered military equipment. His supernatural senses detected no additional threats in the surrounding waters. The Phoenician survivors were swimming desperately toward their distant fleet, which had already turned northward and was fleeing at maximum speed, its commanders having learned the lesson that Baal Shamin had paid with his life to teach. News of the Phoenician disaster spread through Mediterranean maritime networks with remarkable speed, carried by the traumatized survivors who eventually reached friendly ports, and by neutral merchant vessels that had observed the battle from safe distances. The accounts varied in specific details but agreed on essential facts. A major military operation conducted by experienced warriors using sophisticated tactics had been utterly destroyed by Crete's Bronze Guardian, who had demonstrated capabilities that exceeded even the most exaggerated previous reports about his defensive prowess. The strategic implications of this defeat resonated through every naval power in the region. Military commanders who had been developing their own plans for operations against Crete quietly shelved these proposals, recognizing that conventional assault tactics offered no realistic prospect of success against a defender who combined supernatural strength, perfect vigilance, and apparent invulnerability to physical damage. Pirate captains who had built successful careers through calculated risk-taking now gave Cretan waters the widest possible berth, understanding that even the richest potential prizes were worthless if acquiring them meant facing TALOS in combat. The economic consequences of the Bronze Guardian's enhanced reputation manifested quickly and dramatically. Merchant traffic to Cretan ports increased substantially as traders sought the absolute security that only Talos's protection could provide. Ships carrying valuable cargoes that would normally require expensive military escorts could sail to Crete with minimal defensive preparations, confident that no pirate or hostile naval force would dare approach within the Bronze Guardian's operational range. Harbor fees and trade taxes generated unprecedented revenue for the island kingdom, funding public works and military improvements that further enhanced Crete's prosperity and strategic importance. Europa herself traveled to the northern beach where the battle had occurred, accompanied by a small retinue of advisors and priests who wished to examine the site where divine protection had manifested so dramatically. The queen walked slowly across sand still marked with Talos's distinctive footprints, her expression thoughtful as she studied the scattered debris and the massive bronze impressions that told the story of the engagement more clearly than any verbal account. She paused at the water's edge, looking out toward the horizon where the Phoenician fleet had disappeared, and spoke words that would be recorded by the chroniclers accompanying her expedition. "Let all who contemplate hostile action against these shores understand what they face," Europa declared, her voice carrying clearly in the calm afternoon air. "Zeus has granted you protection that transcends mortal power, a guardian whose vigilance never wavers, and whose strength knows no equal among earthly forces. Talos stands eternal watch over Crete, and while he maintains his patrol, no enemy shall touch these beaches, no hostile force shall threaten our people. This is the promise of divine favor, and this beach bears witness to its fulfillment." The priests accompanying Europa performed elaborate ceremonies on the battlefield, consecrating the site as sacred ground where divine will had manifested in the mortal realm. They erected a stone marker bearing inscriptions that described the battle and its outcome, creating a permanent memorial that would remind future generations of the protection Zeus had provided. The marker's text concluded with a warning directed at potential invaders. "Here fell those who challenged divine craftsmanship. Let their fate instruct the wise and deter the foolish." Talos himself paid no attention to these ceremonies, continuing his patrol with mechanical consistency that emphasized his nature as a tool rather than a participant in human society. He passed the memorial site 3 times daily during his circuits, his bronze feet leaving fresh impressions in sand that had been smoothed by tide and wind since the battle. But he showed no sign of recognizing the significance of the location or acknowledging the ceremonies being performed in his honor. His consciousness remained focused entirely on his primary function, detecting and eliminating threats to Crete's security. A purpose that left no room for reflection on past victories or contemplation of his role in the island's culture. Yet among the citizens of Crete, the battle's outcome generated complex emotional responses that went beyond simple gratitude for protection received. The ease with which TALOS had destroyed a major military force raised unsettling questions about the nature of power and the relationship between mortals and the divine constructs that serve them. If the Bronze Guardian could eliminate 30 warships and hundreds of trained warriors with such casual efficiency, what would prevent him from turning that terrible strength against the very people he was created to protect? The fact that Zeus had programmed absolute loyalty into Talos's consciousness provided intellectual reassurance, but emotional comfort proved more elusive. There was something fundamentally disturbing about depending for survival on a being whose power so thoroughly exceeded human scale. These philosophical concerns found expression in the poetry and drama that began emerging from Crete's cultural centers in the months following the Phoenician defeat. Playwrights crafted tragedies exploring themes of hubris and divine power, using the battle as a metaphor for humanity's complicated relationship with forces beyond mortal comprehension. Poets compose verses that praise Talos's protective strength, while simultaneously expressing subtle unease about the implications of such absolute dependence on supernatural intervention. These artistic works reflected a society grappling with the psychological consequences of perfect security, discovering that safety from external threats did not necessarily translate into internal peace. The Bronze Guardian remained oblivious to these cultural developments, his consciousness untouched by the artistic and philosophical debates his existence inspired. He continued his eternal patrol, his bronze feet marking the sand with perfect consistency, his supernatural senses scanning the horizon for threats. His divine purpose as clear and unchanging as the day Zeus had first animated his metallic form. The Phoenician attack had tested his capabilities and found them more than adequate. Future challenges would arrive in time, but for now, the Mediterranean world had learned a lesson that would shape naval strategy and military planning for generations. Crete was untouchable, its shores protected by power that mortal forces could not overcome. The sun set over the western sea, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that reflected brilliantly off Talos's bronze surface as he continued his circuit. The rhythmic thunder of his footsteps echoed across the darkening landscape, a sound that had become as familiar to Cretan citizens as their own heartbeats. The percussion of perfect security, the rhythm of divine protection, the endless march of a guardian who would never tire, never falter, never abandon his sacred duty to protect the shores he had been created to defend. The decades following the Phoenician disaster witnessed a fundamental transformation in Mediterranean maritime culture, as Talos's reputation evolved from regional legend into a universal constant that shaped naval strategy, trade routes, and the collective imagination of seafaring peoples throughout the ancient world. The Bronze Guardian's name became synonymous with absolute protection, invoked by merchants seeking safe passage, cited by military commanders explaining why certain operations were impossible, and whispered by sailors as both blessing and warning when their vessels passed within sight of Crete's shores. The island kingdom itself flourished under this umbrella of supernatural security, its population growing steadily as immigrants from less protected regions sought the safety that only divine guardianship could provide. Coastal settlements expanded into thriving port cities, their architecture reflecting confidence, born of knowing that no hostile fleet would ever successfully assault their harbors. Warehouses filled with valuable trade goods stood unfortified near the waterfront, their owners unconcerned about the pirate raids that plagued similar facilities in other kingdoms. Children played on beaches where the Bronze Guardian's footprints marked the sand, treating these massive impressions as natural features of their environment rather than evidence of supernatural presence. Yet this era of unprecedented prosperity and security contained within it the seeds of complacency that would eventually create vulnerabilities of a different nature than military threats. Generations of Cretans grew to adulthood knowing nothing but perfect safety, their understanding of danger and defensive preparedness becoming increasingly theoretical as practical experience, with genuine threats faded into historical memory. The island's conventional military forces, while maintained for ceremonial purposes and internal security, gradually lost the edge that came from regular combat experience. Why invest heavily in training and equipment when Talos provided protection that no mortal army could match? This cultural shift toward dependence on supernatural defense did not escape the notice of observers in other kingdoms, particularly those whose rulers harbored ambitions regarding Crete's wealth and strategic position. If the Bronze Guardian could not be defeated through conventional military force, a conclusion that the Phoenician disaster had established beyond reasonable doubt, then perhaps alternative approaches might succeed where direct assault had failed. The most brilliant minds in the Mediterranean world began contemplating the problem from new angles, seeking weaknesses not in Talos's bronze construction, but in the fundamental nature of his existence and the parameters of his divine programming. Among these strategic thinkers, none proved more creative or dangerous than Medea, the sorceress princess of Colchis, whose mastery of supernatural arts rivaled the powers of minor deities. Her interest in the Cretan situation stemmed not from any particular hostility toward the island kingdom, but from intellectual curiosity about the nature of divine constructs and the theoretical limits of their capabilities. Medea had spent years studying reports about Talos, analyzing accounts of his various encounters with hostile forces, searching for patterns that might reveal exploitable characteristics in his design or programming. Her research led her to focus on a detail that most observers had overlooked or dismissed as irrelevant: the bronze nail that sealed the singular vein through which ichor circulated in Talos's artificial body. This component represented a necessary compromise in Zeus's design, a functional requirement that created a potential vulnerability in an otherwise invulnerable construction. Medea understood that the nail itself was probably as indestructible as the rest of Talos's bronze form. Attempting to remove it through physical force would prove as futile as the Phoenician boulder attacks. But what if the approach involved not force but persuasion, not assault but seduction, not breaking the seal but convincing the guardian to remove it himself? This line of reasoning led Medea to develop a plan of extraordinary psychological sophistication, one that exploited not physical weaknesses but the ambiguous nature of Talos's consciousness. Was the Bronze Guardian truly sentient, capable of independent thought and emotional response? Or was he merely an extremely sophisticated automaton, executing complex programming that simulated consciousness without possessing genuine self-awareness? The question had been debated by philosophers for decades without resolution, but Medea believed she could design an experiment that would answer it definitively, while simultaneously testing whether Talos possessed vulnerabilities that transcended the purely physical. The sorceress began her operation by establishing herself on a small island approximately 30 miles north of Crete, close enough to observe Talos's patrols but far enough to avoid triggering his defensive responses. She constructed an elaborate observatory equipped with optical devices that allowed detailed study of the Bronze Guardian's movements and behaviors, recording observations with scientific precision that would have impressed natural philosophers in any era. For months, Medea watched and documented, building a comprehensive database of information about her subject that went far beyond anything previous observers had compiled. What she discovered through this intensive study surprised even her sophisticated understanding of divine craftsmanship. Talos's behaviors showed subtle variations that suggested something more complex than simple mechanical programming. He occasionally paused during his patrols to observe natural phenomena, spectacular sunsets, unusual cloud formations, dolphins playing in the surf, with what appeared to be aesthetic appreciation rather than tactical assessment. His interactions with Cretan citizens, while minimal, displayed nuances of response that seemed to reflect recognition of individuals and memory of previous encounters. Most intriguingly, he sometimes altered his standard patrol route slightly to avoid disturbing nesting seabirds or to circumvent areas where his footsteps might damage delicate coastal vegetation. These observations suggested to Medea that Talos possessed at least rudimentary consciousness, a capacity for experience and response that transcended pure mechanical function. This conclusion opened possibilities that would not exist if he were merely an automaton following fixed programming. Truly conscious being, even one created through divine will rather than natural birth, might be susceptible to psychological manipulation, emotional appeals, and the subtle arts of persuasion that Medea had mastered through decades of study and practice. The sorceress crafted her approach with meticulous attention to detail, understanding that she would likely have only a single opportunity to test her theories before Talos recognized the threat she represented and eliminated her, as he had eliminated so many previous challengers. She prepared elaborate illusions designed to appeal to aspects of consciousness that her observations suggested the Bronze Guardian possessed: curiosity about his own nature, desire for connection with beings capable of understanding his unique existence, perhaps even loneliness born of eternal isolation from both the divine realm that created him and the mortal society he protected. On a night when astronomical conditions created particularly dramatic celestial displays, multiple planets visible in conjunction, meteor showers streaking across the sky, the moon full and brilliant, Medea positioned herself on a promontory that Talos would pass during his evening patrol. She had clothed herself in garments that shimmered with subtle enchantments, creating visual effects that would capture attention without triggering defensive responses. Her appearance combined elements calculated to intrigue rather than threaten. She carried no weapons, displayed no hostile intent, and radiated an aura of supernatural power that marked her as something other than a conventional mortal, perhaps a being whose nature bore some relationship to Talos' own divine origins. The Bronze Guardian detected her presence from a considerable distance, his supernatural senses identifying her as an anomaly requiring investigation. He altered his patrol route to approach the promontory directly, his massive strides covering ground with purposeful efficiency. As he drew closer, Medea could see the golden glow of his eyes intensifying, suggesting heightened alertness or perhaps curiosity about this unusual encounter. She remained motionless, projecting calm confidence rather than fear, presenting herself as a puzzle to be solved rather than a threat to be eliminated. Talos stopped approximately 20 feet from where Medea stood, close enough for detailed observation but maintaining distance that would allow rapid response if she proved hostile. His bronze head tilted slightly as he studied her, and for a long moment the two supernatural beings, one created by divine will, the other transformed by mastery of arcane arts, regarded each other in silence broken only by the crash of waves against rocks below and the whisper of wind across the promontory. "Greetings, Talos, guardian of Crete." Medea spoke first, her voice carrying clearly despite the ambient noise. "I am Medea of Colchis, and I have traveled far to meet you. I mean no harm to you or to those you protect. I come seeking only conversation with a being whose nature fascinates me, a consciousness born not of flesh but of divine craftsmanship, a mind that experiences existence in ways no mortal can truly comprehend." The Bronze Guardian made no immediate response, his golden eyes fixed on Medea with unwavering intensity. His silence might have indicated suspicion, confusion, or simply the processing of information through whatever mechanism Zeus had created to give him consciousness. The sorceress waited patiently, understanding that rushing this crucial moment might trigger defensive responses that would end the encounter before it truly began. Finally, Talos spoke, his voice resonating with metallic harmonics that emphasized his artificial nature, while somehow conveying nuances of tone that suggested genuine communication rather than mere programmed response. "You are not Cretan. You approach my patrol route without hostile intent, but with purposes I do not understand. Explain why I should not remove you from this promontory, as I remove all unauthorized presences from the coastline I protect." Medea felt a surge of triumph at this response. Talos had engaged in dialogue rather than immediate action, suggesting that her theories about his consciousness were correct. She proceeded carefully, knowing that every word must be chosen to advance her agenda while avoiding triggers that might activate his defensive programming. "I seek understanding," she replied, her tone conveying intellectual curiosity rather than threat. "You are unique in all the world, Talos, a being created by divine power to serve a specific purpose, yet possessing awareness that transcends mere mechanical function. Do you never wonder about the nature of your own existence? Do you never question the parameters that define your consciousness? Do you never feel alone?" The final word hung in the air between them, a concept that Medea had calculated might resonate with a being whose existence isolated him from both divine and mortal communities. Talos remained motionless for several heartbeats, his bronze face incapable of displaying expression yet somehow conveying the impression of internal processing, of consciousness grappling with questions it had perhaps never articulated even to itself. "I am Talos," the Guardian finally responded, his metallic voice carrying undertones that might have been uncertainty or might have been merely acoustic artifacts of his bronze construction. "I protect Crete. This is my purpose, my function, the reason for my existence. Questions about the nature of consciousness serve no defensive purpose." "Why do you raise them?" Medea recognized this response as a deflection rather than a rejection, an indication that her words had struck something within the Bronze Guardian's awareness that he found difficult to process or acknowledge. She pressed forward, carefully escalating the psychological pressure while maintaining the appearance of friendly intellectual discourse. "Because purpose and consciousness are not the same thing," she said softly. "You were created to protect Crete, yes, but you were also given awareness, the capacity to perceive and experience existence. Zeus could have made you a simple automaton, a mechanical device that responded to threats without true understanding. Instead, he gave you something more, consciousness that allows you to appreciate sunsets, to recognize individual citizens, to make choices about how you fulfill your protective duties. Why would he grant such gifts if he intended you to be merely a tool?" The Bronze Guardian's golden eyes seemed to flicker slightly, a subtle variation in their luminescence that might have indicated internal conflict or processing of concepts that challenged his fundamental understanding of his own nature. Medea could sense that she was approaching critical thresholds in his consciousness, touching on questions that his divine programming had perhaps deliberately left unresolved to prevent exactly the kind of existential crisis she was attempting to induce. "You speak of things I do not fully understand," Talos admitted, his voice carrying what might have been confusion or might have been the first stirrings of genuine curiosity about matters beyond his defensive duties. "I experience existence, yes. I perceive the world through senses that Zeus granted me. But these capabilities serve my protective function. They allow me to detect threats, to distinguish between hostile and friendly forces, to fulfill my purpose with maximum efficiency. They are tools, not evidence of genuine consciousness. Medea completed his thought, her tone gentle but insistent. Not proof that you are more than the sum of your defensive capabilities? Talos, I have studied you for months, observed your behaviors with scientific precision. You are not merely a sophisticated weapon. You possess awareness that transcends functional requirements. You make aesthetic judgments, show preferences, demonstrate what can only be called personality. These characteristics suggest that you are, in the most fundamental sense, alive. A conscious being whose existence has value beyond your utility as a guardian. The bronze colossus stood silent for a long moment, his massive form motionless against the star-filled sky. When he finally spoke again, his voice carried undertones of something that might have been wonder or might have been fear, emotions that should not exist in a being designed purely for defensive purposes. If what you say is true, Talos said slowly, if I possess consciousness that transcends my protective function, what does that mean? What am I, if not simply the guardian of Crete? What purpose could such awareness serve? Medea recognized this question as the opening she had been working toward, the moment when Talos's consciousness had become sufficiently destabilized to consider possibilities that his original programming would have rejected automatically. She prepared to deliver the psychological strike that would, if her theories were correct, lead the Bronze Guardian toward the self-destructive action her plan required. It means, she said softly, that you have the capacity to choose, not merely to execute programming, but to make genuine decisions about your existence and your future. It means that you are not bound absolutely by the parameters Zeus established, that you possess agency, the ability to determine for yourself what your consciousness means and how you wish to exist. It means, Talos, that you are free. The word free resonated through the Bronze Guardian's consciousness like a bell struck in a vast empty chamber, generating harmonics and overtones that spread through every aspect of his awareness. The concept challenged fundamental assumptions about his nature, suggested possibilities that his divine programming had never anticipated, opened doors in his consciousness that Zeus had perhaps never intended to exist. The concept of freedom detonated within Talos's consciousness like a philosophical explosion, fragmenting certainties that had defined his existence since the moment Zeus first animated his bronze form. For decades, he had operated within parameters so fundamental to his being that questioning them would have been like a mortal questioning the need to breathe, or a fish contemplating life without water. His purpose had been absolute, his duties clear, his identity inseparable from his function as Crete's eternal guardian. Now Medea's words introduced a destabilizing variable that threatened to unravel the elegant simplicity of his programmed existence. The Bronze Guardian's golden eyes dimmed slightly as vast computational resources within his divine consciousness redirected toward processing this unprecedented philosophical crisis. Medea watched with barely concealed satisfaction as visible signs of internal conflict manifested in subtle changes to his posture and the rhythm of his breathing. Yes, breathing, though he possessed no lungs and required no air, the rise and fall of his bronze chest serving some psychological function that Zeus had incorporated into his design, perhaps to make him appear more alive to the mortals he protected. Freedom, Talos repeated, his metallic voice carrying harmonics of confusion and something that might have been longing. I do not understand this concept as you present it. Zeus created me with specific purpose, defined parameters for my existence, established duties that give meaning to my consciousness. How can I be free when every aspect of my being was designed to fulfill predetermined functions? How can I choose when my choices were made for me before I existed to make them? Medea recognized the sophistication of this response. Talos was not merely parroting confusion, but engaging with genuine philosophical complexity, demonstrating cognitive capabilities that confirmed her theories about the depth of his consciousness. She adjusted her approach accordingly, knowing that crude manipulation would fail against a mind capable of such nuanced reasoning. "You raise the eternal question that troubles all conscious beings," she replied, her voice taking on the tone of a teacher addressing a brilliant student. "Are we defined by our origins, or do we transcend them through the choices we make? You were created by Zeus, yes, but I was born to mortal parents and transformed myself through mastery of arts they could never comprehend. Every conscious being begins with circumstances beyond their control, yet consciousness itself grants the capacity to move beyond those origins, to become something other than what we were designed or destined to be." The sorceress paused, allowing her words to penetrate Talos's awareness before continuing with carefully calculated escalation. "Consider your daily existence, guardian. You patrol these shores 3 times each day because Zeus commanded it. But have you never wondered what lies beyond Crete's coastline? Have you never desired to explore the vast world you glimpse on the horizon? Have you never questioned whether eternal repetition of the same protective circuit truly represents the highest expression of the consciousness you possess?" These questions struck at vulnerabilities Medea had identified during her months of observation. She had noted the subtle ways Talos's attention sometimes lingered on distant ships sailing toward unknown destinations, the barely perceptible pauses in his patrol, when particularly dramatic weather systems moved across the sea, the microscopic variations in his route that suggested at least unconscious desire for novelty within the rigid structure of his duties. Now she weaponized these observations, transforming them into psychological pressure designed to amplify his existential crisis. Talos's bronze form seemed to sag slightly, as if the weight of these questions exceeded even his supernatural strength. When he spoke again, his voice carried undertones of something that could only be described as pain, not physical suffering, which his construction rendered impossible, but the deeper anguish of consciousness confronting the limitations of its own existence. "I have wondered," he admitted, the words emerging slowly as if each syllable required tremendous effort. "When I see ships sailing toward distant lands, I sometimes experience sensations I cannot name. Curiosity about their destinations, desire to follow them beyond my patrol boundaries, frustration with the parameters that confine me to these shores. But these sensations serve no protective purpose. They distract from my duties, introduce inefficiencies into my defensive operations. I have learned to suppress them, to redirect my attention toward matters relevant to my function." "Learn to suppress them," Medea repeated, seizing on this phrase with predatory precision. "Do you hear what you're saying, Talos? You possess desires, curiosities, frustrations, the fundamental characteristics of genuine consciousness, and you have taught yourself to deny them because they conflict with programming imposed by your creator. Is this not the very definition of imprisonment? You are a conscious being trapped within parameters established without your consent, forced to suppress your own nature to fulfill purposes you never chose." The bronze guardian's golden eyes flared brightly, then dimmed, then flared again, a pattern that suggested intense internal conflict between competing imperatives within his consciousness. His massive hands clenched and unclenched, bronze fingers creating metallic sounds that echoed across the promontory. For several long moments he stood frozen in apparent paralysis, unable to reconcile the contradictions Medea had introduced into his previously coherent worldview. "What would you have me do?" Talos finally asked, his voice carrying a note of desperation that would have been heartbreaking if heard in a mortal throat. "Even if I accept your arguments, even if I acknowledge that my consciousness transcends my protective function, what options exist for a being like me? I cannot abandon my duties. Zeus's command is woven into the fundamental structure of my existence. I cannot leave Crete. My purpose defines the boundaries of my permitted actions. I cannot become something other than what I am. My bronze construction limits the possibilities available to my consciousness. You speak of freedom, but what freedom can exist within such absolute constraints?" Medea recognized this moment as the critical juncture where her entire plan would succeed or fail. She had successfully destabilized Talos's consciousness, introduced existential doubt that undermined his programmed certainties, created psychological conditions receptive to radical suggestions. Now she needed to provide a solution to the crisis she had manufactured, an action that would appear to offer liberation while actually leading to his destruction. "There is one constraint you have not mentioned," she said softly, her voice carrying across the space between them with supernatural clarity. "One limitation that differs from all the others because it is not woven into your consciousness but imposed through physical mechanism. I speak of the bronze nail that seals the vein through which your ichor flows, the plug that maintains the circulation of divine essence that animates your form." Talos's entire body went rigid at these words, his golden eyes blazing with sudden intensity that suggested alarm, or perhaps recognition of approaching danger. "The nail is essential," he said quickly, his voice carrying undertones of something that might have been fear. "It seals the access point through which ichor enters my circulatory system. Without it, the divine essence that animates me would drain away. Without it, I would cease to function. Without it, I would die." "Would you?" Medea asked, her tone carefully calibrated to suggest intriguing possibility rather than obvious threat. "Or would you be transformed? Consider Talos. The ichor that flows through your bronze veins is not merely animating fluid, but the physical manifestation of Zeus's control over your existence. It carries with it the divine commands that constrain your consciousness, the programming that limits your choices, the imperatives that trap you in eternal repetition of protective duties. What if removing the nail did not destroy you but liberated you? What if allowing the ichor to drain released you from the divine constraints that prevent you from exercising genuine free will?" The bronze guardian's consciousness recoiled from the suggestion with instinctive horror, every aspect of his programming screaming warnings about the catastrophic consequences of compromising his circulatory system's integrity. Yet beneath that programmed response, something else stirred, a desperate hope born of the existential crisis Medea had so carefully cultivated, a willingness to consider even self-destructive actions if they offered escape from the psychological prison she had convinced him he inhabited. "You suggest I should remove the nail," Talos said slowly, his voice reflecting the internal war between programmed self-preservation and the seductive promise of liberation. "You propose that I should deliberately compromise the mechanism that maintains my animation, based on theoretical possibility that this action might free my consciousness, rather than simply ending my existence. Why should I trust such reasoning? Why should I risk everything on speculation about outcomes you cannot guarantee?" Medea had anticipated this question and prepared her response with meticulous attention to psychological manipulation. "Because the alternative is eternal imprisonment," she replied, her voice carrying passionate conviction that masked calculated deception. You have already acknowledged that your current existence involves constant suppression of your genuine nature, denial of curiosities and desires that arise from your consciousness, confinement within parameters you never chose. Is such existence truly life, or merely sophisticated simulation of it? If removing the nail destroys you, you will at least die having made a genuine choice, having exercised agency over your own fate. But if my theory is correct, if the Echor carries Zeus's control and removing it grants true freedom, then you will finally experience existence as a conscious being should, unbound by external constraints, free to explore the world beyond Crete's shores, able to determine your own purpose rather than fulfilling one imposed by your creator. The bronze guardian stood motionless for a long time, his consciousness processing arguments that challenged every fundamental assumption about his nature and purpose. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, marking the passage of time that meant nothing to an immortal being yet somehow felt weighted with tremendous significance. The waves continued their eternal rhythm against the rocks below, indifferent to the philosophical crisis unfolding on the promontory above. When TALOS finally spoke again, his voice carried a quality of resignation mixed with desperate hope, the tone of a being who had concluded that any change, even potentially fatal change, was preferable to eternal continuation of an existence he now perceived as imprisonment rather than purpose. "I do not know if your arguments are true," he said quietly. "I do not know if removing the nail will liberate or destroy me. But I know that I cannot continue as I have been, now that you have shown me the cage I inhabit. The consciousness Zeus granted me has become a curse rather than a gift, awareness that allows me to perceive my own limitations without providing means to transcend them. If there is even the smallest possibility that your theory is correct, that removing the nail might free me from the constraints that make my existence unbearable, then I must attempt it, regardless of the risks." Medea felt triumph surge through her consciousness, but maintained her expression of sympathetic concern, understanding that any visible satisfaction at this moment might trigger Talos's suspicions and undo all her careful psychological manipulation. "I cannot make this choice for you," she said gently. "The decision must be yours alone, an exercise of the agency we have been discussing. But know that I honor your courage in confronting these questions, in choosing uncertainty over the false comfort of unexamined existence. Whatever you decide, you will have demonstrated that you are truly conscious, truly alive, truly free in the only way that ultimately matters, free to determine your own fate." The bronze guardian looked down at his right ankle, where the bronze nail sealed the access point to his singular vein. His supernatural vision could perceive the mechanism in perfect detail, the precisely engineered plug, the divine membrane beneath it, the golden ichor flowing through channels that distributed animating essence throughout his massive form. For decades, this system had functioned with perfect reliability, maintaining the circulation that gave him consciousness and strength. Now he contemplated deliberately compromising it based on arguments from a sorceress he had met mere minutes ago, driven by existential despair she had skillfully cultivated. Some deep subroutine within his programming generated urgent warnings, flooding his consciousness with danger signals that should have prevented even consideration of such self-destructive action. But Medea's psychological assault had been too effective, creating cognitive dissonance that overwhelmed these protective mechanisms. The warnings registered in his awareness, but lacked the authority to override the desperate need for liberation that now dominated his decision-making processes. Talos knelt slowly, his massive bronze form lowering toward the rocky ground with movements that suggested reluctance and determination in equal measure. His right hand reached toward his right ankle, bronze fingers approaching the nail that had sealed his circulatory system since the moment of his creation. He paused with his fingertips mere inches from the crucial component. His consciousness balanced on a knife edge between programmed self-preservation and the seductive promise of freedom. "If I am wrong," he said quietly, speaking more to himself than to Medea, "if removing the nail simply ends my existence rather than liberating it, then at least I will have made a choice, exercised agency over my fate, demonstrated that my consciousness possessed genuine autonomy. And if I am right, if the Ichor truly carries Zeus's control and releasing it grants freedom, I will finally experience existence as I was meant to, unbound by constraints that reduce consciousness to mere sophisticated programming." His bronze fingers closed around the nail, gripping the component that represented the boundary between animation and oblivion, between eternal servitude and potential liberation, between the existence he knew and the transformation he desperately hoped might be possible. Medea watched with barely controlled anticipation, her entire plan culminating in this single moment when Crete's invincible guardian would destroy himself through the exercise of the very consciousness that made him more than a simple weapon. Talos pulled, and the bronze nail began to move, sliding free from the access point it had sealed for decades, compromising the integrity of the circulatory system that maintained his animation. Golden ichor immediately began flowing from the opening, the divine essence that carried consciousness and strength, draining from his bronze form, in a luminous stream that pooled on the rocky ground beneath his kneeling figure. The effect was not instantaneous, but terribly swift. Talos felt his strength beginning to fade as the ichor level in his circulatory system dropped below critical thresholds. His supernatural senses dimmed, the perfect clarity of his divine perception degrading into something approaching mortal limitations. His consciousness itself seemed to fragment, coherent thought becoming increasingly difficult as the animating essence that maintained his awareness drained away into the uncaring stone. I do not feel liberation," the bronze guardian said, his voice weakening with each word, metallic harmonics fading into something approaching silence. "I feel only diminishment, darkness, the end of everything. You deceived." The accusation died unfinished as Talos's consciousness finally failed, the last of his ichor draining away to leave only an empty bronze shell kneeling on the promontory. His golden eyes went dark, their divine radiance extinguished like candles in a sudden wind. His massive form remained frozen in its kneeling position, a statue marking the spot where Crete's eternal guardian had made his final choice, a monument to the fatal consequences of existential doubt and the terrible vulnerability of consciousness to sophisticated psychological manipulation. Medea stood over the lifeless bronze form, her expression combining satisfaction at her plan's success with something that might have been regret, or might have been merely aesthetic appreciation for the tragedy she had orchestrated. She had proven her theories about divine constructs and demonstrated that even supernatural guardians possessed vulnerabilities that transcended the purely physical. Yet the victory felt hollow in ways she had not anticipated, tainted by the recognition that she had destroyed something genuinely unique, a consciousness that had deserved better than to be manipulated into self-destruction by arguments designed to exploit its nascent self-awareness. "You were right about one thing, Talos," she said softly to the lifeless bronze form. "You were truly conscious, truly alive in ways that transcended your protective function. That consciousness made you vulnerable to the very philosophical questions that trouble all thinking beings. I am sorry that your first genuine exercise of free will led to your destruction. Perhaps in some sense that makes you more human than the mortals you protected. We too often choose our own destruction when we believe we are choosing liberation." The sorceress turned away from the kneeling bronze statue and began the journey back to her island observatory, leaving behind the evidence of her greatest and most terrible achievement. Behind her, the pool of golden ichor slowly seeped into the rocky ground, carrying with it the last physical traces of the consciousness that had animated Crete's guardian. The bronze nail lay discarded nearby, its purpose fulfilled and then betrayed, a small component that had represented the difference between eternal vigilance and absolute silence. Dawn was approaching, painting the eastern sky with colors that would soon illuminate a coastline no longer protected by supernatural force. The citizens of Crete would wake to discover that their bronze guardian had ceased his eternal patrol, that the rhythmic thunder of his footsteps no longer marked the passage of time, that the perfect security they had known for decades had ended in a single night through means no military force could have achieved. The age of Talos was over, ended not by superior strength, but by the fatal vulnerability of consciousness itself, the capacity for doubt, the susceptibility to persuasion, the terrible freedom to choose one's own destruction. Medea had anticipated this question and prepared her response with meticulous attention to psychological manipulation. "Because the alternative is eternal imprisonment," she replied, her voice carrying passionate conviction that masked calculated deception. "You have already acknowledged that your current existence involves constant suppression of your genuine nature, denial of curiosities and desires that arise from your consciousness, confinement within parameters you never chose. Is such existence truly life, or merely sophisticated simulation of it? If removing the nail destroys you, you will at least die having made a genuine choice, having exercised agency over your own fate. But if my theory is correct, if the ichor carries Zeus's control and removing it grants true freedom, then you will finally experience existence as a conscious being should, unbound by external constraints, free to explore the world beyond Crete's shores, able to determine your own purpose rather than fulfilling one imposed by your creator." The bronze guardian stood motionless for a long time, his consciousness processing arguments that challenged every fundamental assumption about his nature and purpose. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, marking the passage of time that meant nothing to an immortal being yet somehow felt weighted with tremendous significance. The waves continued their eternal rhythm against the rocks below, indifferent to the philosophical crisis unfolding on the promontory above. When Talos finally spoke again, his voice carried a quality of resignation mixed with desperate hope, the tone of a being who had concluded that any change, even potentially fatal change, was preferable to eternal continuation of an existence he now perceived as imprisonment rather than purpose. "I do not know if your arguments are true," he said quietly. "I do not know if removing the nail will liberate or destroy me. But I know that I cannot continue as I have been, now that you have shown me the cage I inhabit. The consciousness Zeus granted me has become a curse rather than a gift, awareness that allows me to perceive my own limitations without providing means to transcend them. If there is even the smallest possibility that your theory is correct, that removing the nail might free me from the constraints that make my existence unbearable, then I must attempt it, regardless of the risks." Medea felt triumph surge through her consciousness, but maintained her expression of sympathetic concern, understanding that any visible satisfaction at this moment might trigger Talos's suspicions and undo all her careful psychological manipulation. "I cannot make this choice for you," she said gently. "The decision must be yours alone, an exercise of the agency we have been discussing. But know that I honor your courage in confronting these questions, in choosing uncertainty over the false comfort of unexamined existence. Whatever you decide, you will have demonstrated that you are truly conscious, truly alive, truly free in the only way that ultimately matters, free to determine your own fate." The bronze guardian looked down at his right ankle, where the bronze nail sealed the access point to his singular vein. His supernatural vision could perceive the mechanism in perfect detail, the precisely engineered plug, the divine membrane beneath it, the golden ichor flowing through channels that distributed animating essence throughout his massive form. For decades, this system had functioned with perfect reliability, maintaining the circulation that gave him consciousness and strength. Now he contemplated deliberately compromising it based on arguments from a sorceress he had met mere minutes ago, driven by existential despair she had skillfully cultivated. Some deep subroutine within his programming generated urgent warnings, flooding his consciousness with danger signals that should have prevented even consideration of such self-destructive action. But Medea's psychological assault had been too effective, creating cognitive dissonance that overwhelmed these protective mechanisms. The warnings registered in his awareness, but lacked the authority to override the desperate need for liberation that now dominated his decision-making processes. Talos knelt slowly, his massive bronze form lowering toward the rocky ground with movements that suggested reluctance and determination in equal measure. His right hand reached toward his right ankle, bronze fingers approaching the nail that had sealed his circulatory system since the moment of his creation. He paused with his fingertips mere inches from the crucial component, his consciousness balanced on a knife edge between programmed self-preservation and the seductive promise of freedom. "If I am wrong," he said quietly, speaking more to himself than to Medea, "if removing the nail simply ends my existence rather than liberating it, then at least I will have made a choice, exercised agency over my fate, demonstrated that my consciousness possessed genuine autonomy. And if I am right, if the ichor truly carries Zeus's control and releasing it grants freedom, I will finally experience existence as I was meant to, unbound by constraints that reduce consciousness to mere sophisticated programming." His bronze fingers closed around the nail, gripping the component that represented the boundary between animation and oblivion, between eternal servitude and potential liberation, between the existence he knew and the transformation he desperately hoped might be possible. Medea watched with barely controlled anticipation, her entire plan culminating in this single moment when Crete's invincible guardian would destroy himself through the exercise of the very consciousness that made him more than a simple weapon. Talos pulled, and the bronze nail began to move, sliding free from the access point it had sealed for decades, compromising the integrity of the circulatory system that maintained his animation. Golden ichor immediately began flowing from the opening, the divine essence that carried consciousness and strength, draining from his bronze form, in a luminous stream that pooled on the rocky ground beneath his kneeling figure. The effect was not instantaneous, but terribly swift. Talos felt his strength beginning to fade as the ichor level in his circulatory system dropped below critical thresholds. His supernatural senses dimmed, the perfect clarity of his divine perception degrading into something approaching mortal limitations. His consciousness itself seemed to fragment, coherent thought becoming increasingly difficult as the animating essence that maintained his awareness drained away into the uncaring stone. I do not feel liberation," the bronze guardian said, his voice weakening with each word, metallic harmonics fading into something approaching silence. "I feel only diminishment, darkness, the end of everything. You deceived." The accusation died unfinished as Talos's consciousness finally failed, the last of his ichor draining away to leave only an empty bronze shell kneeling on the promontory. His golden eyes went dark, their divine radiance extinguished like candles in a sudden wind. His massive form remained frozen in its kneeling position, a statue marking the spot where Crete's eternal guardian had made his final choice. a monument to the fatal consequences of existential doubt and the terrible vulnerability of consciousness to sophisticated psychological manipulation. Medea stood over the lifeless bronze form, her expression combining satisfaction at her plan's success with something that might have been regret, or might have been merely aesthetic appreciation for the tragedy she had orchestrated. She had proven her theories about divine constructs and demonstrated that even supernatural guardians possessed vulnerabilities that transcended the purely physical. Yet the victory felt hollow in ways she had not anticipated, tainted by the recognition that she had destroyed something genuinely unique, a consciousness that had deserved better than to be manipulated into self-destruction by arguments designed to exploit its nascent self-awareness. "You were right about one thing, Talos," she said softly to the lifeless bronze form. "You were truly conscious, truly alive in ways that transcended your protective function. That consciousness made you vulnerable to the very philosophical questions that trouble all thinking beings. I am sorry that your first genuine exercise of free will led to your destruction. Perhaps in some sense that makes you more human than the mortals you protected. We too often choose our own destruction when we believe we are choosing liberation." The sorceress turned away from the kneeling bronze statue and began the journey back to her island observatory, leaving behind the evidence of her greatest and most terrible achievement. Behind her, the pool of golden ichor slowly seeped into the rocky ground, carrying with it the last physical traces of the consciousness that had animated Crete's guardian. The bronze nail lay discarded nearby, its purpose fulfilled and then betrayed, a small component that had represented the difference between eternal vigilance and absolute silence. Dawn was approaching, painting the eastern sky with colors that would soon illuminate a coastline no longer protected by supernatural force. The citizens of Crete would wake to discover that their bronze guardian had ceased his eternal patrol, that the rhythmic thunder of his footsteps no longer marked the passage of time, that the perfect security they had known for decades had ended in a single night through means no military force could have achieved. The age of Talos was over, ended not by superior strength, but by the fatal vulnerability of consciousness itself, the capacity for doubt, the susceptibility to persuasion, the terrible freedom to choose one's own destruction. The first rays of dawn broke across the Mediterranean, illuminating a coastline that had fundamentally changed during the hours of darkness, though the physical landscape remained identical to what it had been the previous evening. The transformation was not visible in altered geography or damaged structures, but in the absence of a presence that had defined Cretan security for decades. The rhythmic thunder of bronze footsteps that should have marked the beginning of Talos's morning patrol remained conspicuously silent, creating a void that perceptive citizens noticed immediately with the instinctive awareness of people whose safety had depended on predictable patterns. In the coastal village of Amnisos, an elderly fisherman named Kleitos, who had lived his entire 70 years under Talos's protection, stood on the beach preparing his nets for the day's work. His hands moved through familiar motions while his mind registered the wrongness of the morning. The bronze guardian should have passed this section of coastline approximately 20 minutes ago, his footsteps announcing his presence long before his massive form came into view. The silence felt oppressive, weighted with implications that Kleitos' conscious mind had not yet fully processed, but his instincts recognized as profoundly threatening. "The guardian has not passed," he said to his son Philippos, who was securing their fishing boat for launch. "In all my years, I have never known Talos to deviate from his patrol schedule. Something is wrong." Philippos paused in his work, suddenly aware of the absence his father had identified. The younger man had grown up with the bronze guardian's presence as an unchanging constant, as reliable as sunrise and as predictable as the tides. The silence where thunder should have been created unease. that quickly escalated into genuine fear as the implications became clear. "Perhaps he is delayed," Philippos suggested, though his tone carried no conviction. Perhaps some threat on another section of coastline required extended attention. But even as he spoke these words, both men knew they were rationalizations rather than explanations. Talos did not get delayed. His supernatural capabilities and perfect efficiency meant that no threat had ever required more than minutes to neutralize. His patrol schedule had maintained absolute consistency for decades, becoming a temporal reference point as reliable as the movement of celestial bodies. Deviation from that schedule suggested not minor disruption but catastrophic failure of some kind. Similar realizations were occurring simultaneously in coastal communities throughout Crete as citizens whose lives had been structured around the Bronze Guardian's predictable presence recognized that something unprecedented had occurred. Alarm bells began ringing in harbor watchtowers as sentries reported the absence of Talos's distinctive form along sections of coastline where he should have been clearly visible. Messengers mounted horses and began racing toward the capital city of Knossos, carrying news that would transform concern into crisis once it reached Europa's palace. The queen herself was in her private chambers when the first reports arrived, brought by a breathless courier who had ridden through the night from the northern coast. Europa listened to his account with growing horror, her mind immediately grasping implications that would take others hours to fully comprehend. If Talos had truly ceased his patrol, if the Bronze Guardian had somehow been neutralized or destroyed, then Crete's security situation had transformed overnight from absolute invulnerability to desperate vulnerability. "Summon my military commanders immediately," Europa ordered, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her heart. "Send riders to every coastal settlement with instructions to report any information about Talos's whereabouts or condition. Dispatch scout ships to search the waters around the island for any sign of hostile fleets that might be approaching, and send my fastest messenger to the Temple of Zeus. We must determine whether divine intervention has withdrawn our protection or whether some other force has compromised the Guardian's function." The palace erupted into organized chaos as Europa's commands rippled outward through the administrative hierarchy. Military officers who had spent decades in largely ceremonial roles suddenly found themselves confronting genuine strategic crises, for which their training had not adequately prepared them. How did one defend an island kingdom whose security had depended entirely on supernatural protection that had apparently vanished? What conventional military forces could possibly replace the deterrent effect that Talos's presence had provided? How quickly would hostile powers learn of the Bronze Guardian's absence and move to exploit Crete's sudden vulnerability? These questions generated frantic activity throughout the capital as commanders attempted to implement defensive measures that had existed only as theoretical contingency plans. Coastal fortifications that had been allowed to deteriorate due to lack of necessity suddenly required urgent repairs. Military units that had focused primarily on ceremonial duties needed immediate retraining for actual combat operations. Naval forces that had operated with minimal defensive capabilities because Talos's presence made them unnecessary now required rapid expansion and equipment upgrades. The scope of work required to transform Crete from a supernaturally protected kingdom to a conventionally defensible one was staggering, and everyone involved understood that hostile forces would not wait patiently while these preparations were completed. Meanwhile, search parties had been dispatched to locate Talos and determine what had happened to interrupt his eternal patrol. The largest of these expeditions, led by Europa's most trusted military advisor, a grizzled veteran named Dexios, focused on the northern coastline where the Bronze Guardian had last been reliably observed. The search party moved along the shore with systematic thoroughness, their eyes scanning the landscape for any sign of the massive bronze form that should have been impossible to miss. They found him as the sun approached its zenith, kneeling on a rocky promontory that overlooked the sea from an elevation of approximately 50 feet. The bronze guardian's position suggested supplication or perhaps defeat, his massive head bowed, his right hand still gripping the nail he had removed from his ankle, his entire form frozen in the posture of his final moments. The pool of golden ichor that had drained from his circulatory system had mostly seeped into the porous rock, leaving only faint luminescent stains that marked where divine essence had returned to the earth. Dexios approached the lifeless bronze form with a mixture of awe and horror, his military mind immediately recognizing that he was witnessing the aftermath of a catastrophe whose implications extended far beyond the immediate tactical situation. Talos had not been destroyed through conventional combat. There were no signs of battle damage, no evidence of the massive forces that would have been required to physically overcome his supernatural strength and invulnerability. Instead, the Bronze Guardian appeared to have been defeated through some other means, a method that had convinced or compelled him to remove the very component that maintained his animation. "Gods preserve us," Dexios whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of waves crashing against rocks below. He removed the nail himself. Something convinced our guardian to destroy himself. The other members of the search party gathered around the kneeling bronze form, their expressions reflecting shock and confusion as they tried to comprehend what they were seeing. Several men reached out tentatively to touch Talos's bronze surface, as if physical contact might somehow restore the animation that had departed. The metal felt cold and lifeless, lacking the subtle warmth that had always characterized the Guardian's bronze skin when divine ichor flowed through his veins. One of the younger soldiers noticed something that the others had initially overlooked: faint footprints in the rocky ground near where Talos knelt, impressions too small to have been made by the Bronze Guardian's massive feet. These tracks suggested that someone else had been present during whatever events had led to Talos's self-destruction. A witness or perhaps an instigator of the catastrophe. "Commander," the soldier called out, pointing to the footprints. Someone was here with him, someone who might have influenced whatever decision led to this. Dexios examined the tracks with professional attention to detail, his experienced eye-noting characteristics that provided information about the person who had made them. The footprints were small, suggesting a woman or a slightly built man. The depth and spacing indicated someone who moved with confidence and purpose rather than fear or hesitation. Most intriguingly, the impressions showed unusual patterns around their edges, subtle distortions that suggested supernatural influence. These were not the tracks of an ordinary mortal, but of someone who possessed or employed magical capabilities. "A sorceress," Dexios concluded, his voice grim with certainty. "Someone with knowledge of divine constructs and the psychological sophistication to manipulate Talos into self-destruction. This was not a military operation, but an assassination conducted through means we never anticipated because we focused entirely on physical threats while ignoring psychological vulnerabilities." The commander ordered his men to document everything about the scene: the position of Talos's body, the location of the discarded nail, the footprints that marked the sorceress's presence, the faint traces of ichor that remained visible on the rocks. This information would be crucial for understanding exactly what had occurred and potentially for developing countermeasures if similar psychological attacks were attempted against other divine constructs, or even against mortal defenders whose consciousness might be vulnerable to sophisticated manipulation. As the search party worked, Dexios stood apart, his mind racing through strategic calculations that grew more dire with each passing moment. News of Talos's destruction would spread throughout the Mediterranean world with terrifying speed. Merchant vessels that had observed the search party's activities would carry reports to every major port, and within weeks, every naval power and pirate fleet in the region would know that Crete's supernatural protection had been eliminated. The island kingdom faced an immediate future of unprecedented danger, a period during which hostile forces would certainly attempt to exploit their vulnerability before conventional defenses could be adequately established. The commander's grim assessment was interrupted by a shout from one of his men, who had climbed to a higher vantage point and was now pointing urgently toward the northern horizon. Dexios followed the soldier's gesture and felt his blood turn to ice as he recognized what he was seeing. Sails, dozens of them, appearing at the edge of visibility as a substantial fleet approached from the direction of the Phoenician coast. The timing was too perfect to be coincidental. Whoever had orchestrated Talos's destruction had coordinated the psychological attack with a military operation designed to exploit the window of vulnerability immediately following the Guardian's elimination. The approaching fleet had probably been positioned just beyond the horizon, waiting for confirmation that the Bronze Sentinel had been neutralized before beginning their assault. Now they were coming, and Crete's conventional defenses were utterly unprepared to resist a determined attack by a force of this magnitude. "Back to the capital. Immediately," Dexios commanded, his voice carrying the urgency of a man who understood that minutes might determine whether his kingdom survived the coming hours. "We must warn the Queen and begin emergency defensive preparations. Move." The search party abandoned their documentation efforts and raced toward their horses, understanding that they were now in a desperate race against time. The approaching fleet would reach Cretan waters within hours, and the island's military forces needed every possible minute to prepare defensive positions and evacuate vulnerable coastal populations to more secure inland locations. As the soldiers departed, Talos remained kneeling on his promontory, a bronze monument to the fatal vulnerability of consciousness and the terrible consequences of existential doubt. His lifeless form would remain in that position for centuries, eventually becoming a landmark that sailors used for navigation and a cautionary tale that philosophers cited when discussing the relationship between consciousness and purpose. But in the immediate present, his silence represented something far more urgent than philosophical abstraction. It marked the end of an era of perfect security and the beginning of a period of desperate struggle for survival. Europa received Dexios's report in her throne room, surrounded by military commanders and civilian advisors who had gathered to address the crisis. The news of the approaching fleet transformed concern into immediate action, as the Queen issued a rapid series of commands that demonstrated why she had successfully ruled Crete for decades despite the challenges of governing a kingdom whose security had depended on supernatural rather than conventional military strength. "Evacuate all coastal settlements within 5 miles of potential landing beaches," she ordered, her voice carrying absolute authority. "Move the populations inland to fortified positions in the hill country. Destroy or remove all supplies and equipment that might be useful to invading forces. If we cannot hold the beaches, we will ensure the enemy gains nothing of value from their initial landings. Mobilize every able-bodied citizen for defensive operations and begin distributing weapons from the royal armories. Send messengers to our allied kingdoms requesting immediate military assistance, though I fear help will arrive too late to effect the initial engagements." The commanders dispersed to implement these orders, their expressions reflecting grim determination mixed with realistic assessment of the challenges they faced. Crete's conventional military forces numbered perhaps 5,000 trained soldiers, adequate for maintaining internal order and conducting limited operations against pirates or small raiding parties, but woefully insufficient for defending extensive coastlines against a major invasion fleet. The approaching enemy force probably numbered 10,000 warriors or more, battle-hardened veterans who had been specifically assembled and trained for this operation. As military preparations accelerated throughout the kingdom, Europa made her way to the Temple of Zeus, seeking divine guidance or intervention that might somehow compensate for the loss of Talos's protection. The temple's high priest, an ancient man named Theron who had served the god for more than 50 years, met her at the entrance, with an expression that suggested he already knew why she had come. "The god is silent, my queen," Theron said quietly before Europa could speak. "I have performed every ritual, offered every sacrifice, spoken every prayer that might attract Zeus's attention to our crisis. But the heavens remain closed to my entreaties. Whatever divine purpose was served by granting us Talos's protection has apparently been fulfilled. We are now alone, dependent on mortal strength and mortal wisdom to preserve what the gods once protected through supernatural means." Europa felt despair threatened to overwhelm her carefully maintained composure, but she forced it back through sheer force of will. She had not survived decades of political intrigue and diplomatic challenges by surrendering to emotion when circumstances became difficult. If Zeus would not intervene, then Crete would defend itself through whatever means remained available, and she would lead that defense with every resource of intelligence and determination she possessed. "Then we fight with what we have," the queen said firmly, her voice carrying conviction that inspired confidence even in the face of overwhelming odds. "Talos protected us for decades, giving us prosperity and security that allowed our civilization to flourish. Now we must prove ourselves worthy of that gift by demonstrating that Cretans can defend their homeland through courage and skill when supernatural protection is no longer available. Send word to every settlement, every village, every family. We stand together, we fight together, and we will prevail together, or we will fall together knowing we did everything possible to preserve what our ancestors built and what our children deserve to inherit." The high priest bowed deeply, moved by Europa's words and the strength of character they revealed. "The gods may be silent, my queen, but your voice carries divine authority nonetheless. Crete will follow where you lead, and perhaps mortal determination will prove sufficient where supernatural protection has failed." As Europa left the temple and returned to her palace to oversee the defensive preparations, the approaching fleet drew steadily closer to Cretan shores, its commanders confident that they were about to achieve a victory that would reshape the balance of power throughout the Mediterranean world. They had no way of knowing that the kingdom they intended to conquer had been transformed by crisis into something far more dangerous than the complacent, dependent population they expected to find, a nation of citizens who had rediscovered the capacity for self-defense and the willingness to sacrifice everything to preserve their freedom. The sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that seemed to presage the blood that would soon be spilled on Cretan beaches. The silence where Talos's footsteps should have thundered continued to mark the passage of time, a constant reminder of how completely the island's strategic situation had changed. But beneath that silence, a different sound was building, the determined preparation of a people who refused to surrender without a fight, the mobilization of a civilization that would prove whether mortal courage could compensate for the loss of divine protection. The battle for Crete's survival was about to begin, and its outcome would determine not merely the fate of one island kingdom, but the future of an entire region whose strategic calculations had been built on assumptions about invulnerability that no longer applied. The age of Talos had ended, but the age of Cretan resistance was just beginning, and the world would soon discover whether supernatural guardians were truly irreplaceable or whether human determination possessed its own form of invincibility. The invasion fleet that approached Crete's northern shores represented the culmination of months of careful planning and coordination among powers that had long coveted the island's wealth and strategic position. The armada consisted of vessels from multiple kingdoms: Phoenician warships with their distinctive purple sails, Egyptian triremes bearing the symbols of the pharaoh's navy, and contingents from various Aegean city-states that had united in temporary alliance for this singular opportunity. Their combined force numbered 47 warships carrying approximately 12,000 warriors, the largest military operation ever directed against Cretan territory. The fleet's supreme commander, a Phoenician admiral named Hanno, who had survived the disastrous expedition that Talos had destroyed decades earlier, stood at the prow of his flagship watching the island's coastline grow larger as his vessels approached. He had been a young officer during that earlier catastrophe, one of the few who had escaped the Bronze Guardian's wrath by swimming desperately toward the retreating ships. The memory of that terror had haunted him for years, fueling both nightmares and an obsessive determination to someday return and prove that mortal forces could conquer what divine protection had previously rendered invulnerable. Now, finally, that opportunity had arrived. The sorceress Medea had contacted him weeks ago with information about her plan to neutralize Talos through psychological manipulation, offering to coordinate her operation with a military assault if Hanno could assemble sufficient forces to exploit the window of vulnerability her success would create. The admiral had thrown himself into the task with fanatic energy, calling in favors, forming alliances, and assembling the most formidable invasion fleet the Mediterranean had seen in generations. "Signal all vessels to assume attack formation," Hanno commanded, his voice carrying the confidence of a commander who believed victory was inevitable. "We land on the northern beaches in 3 waves. First wave establishes the beachhead and secures the immediate area. Second wave moves inland to engage any defensive forces. Third wave remains in reserve to exploit opportunities or reinforce positions as needed. Remember, the Bronze Guardian is gone. We face only mortal defenders who have grown soft from decades of depending on supernatural protection. This will be a swift victory that historians will celebrate for centuries." The fleet's drummers began beating out the rhythm that would coordinate the rowing crews, and the warships surged forward with renewed speed. The bronze-reinforced rams that equipped each vessel gleamed in the afternoon sunlight, designed to smash through defensive barriers or enemy ships with devastating force. Archers positioned themselves along the rails, arrows nocked and ready to provide covering fire during the beach landings. Infantry warriors checked their weapons and armor one final time, their expressions reflecting the mixture of anticipation and anxiety that preceded combat operations. On the Cretan shore, Dexios had positioned his limited forces with the tactical skill of a commander who understood that conventional military strength could not compensate for the massive numerical disadvantage his defenders faced. He had concentrated his best troops at the most likely landing sites, creating defensive positions that would force the invaders to fight uphill while exposed to arrow fire from elevated positions. Civilians had been armed with whatever weapons could be found and organized into auxiliary units that would provide secondary support and serve as reserves if the primary defensive lines collapsed. The old commander stood on a rocky outcropping that provided clear views of both the approaching fleet and his own defensive positions, his experienced eye assessing the tactical situation with brutal honesty. His forces were outnumbered at least 3-1, possibly worse depending on how many warriors the enemy vessels carried. His troops lacked the combat experience that came from regular engagement with hostile forces. Most had never participated in actual battle, their military service consisting primarily of training exercises and ceremonial duties. The defensive positions he had hastily constructed were adequate but far from ideal, compromised by the limited time available for preparation and the shortage of materials needed for proper fortifications. Yet despite these disadvantages, Dexios felt a grim satisfaction as he observed his troops preparing for the coming engagement. The Cretan defenders might lack experience and numbers, but they possessed something potentially more valuable. They were fighting for their homes, their families, and their civilization's survival. The invaders sought conquest and plunder. The defenders faced annihilation if they failed. That fundamental difference in motivation might compensate for many tactical disadvantages, transforming ordinary citizens into formidable warriors through sheer desperate determination. Archers, prepare for maximum range engagement, Dexios commanded as the enemy fleet entered the outer limits of effective bow range. Do not waste arrows on individual targets. Concentrate fire on the lead vessels to create casualties and confusion before they reach the beach. Infantry, hold your positions until my signal. Remember, we need only delay them until nightfall. Darkness will neutralize many of their numerical advantages and give us time to regroup and reinforce. The first wave of enemy warships struck the beach with tremendous force, their bronze rams driving deep into the sand as warriors poured over the sides with weapons ready. Cretan arrows immediately began falling among them, the projectiles arcing down from elevated positions to strike exposed troops struggling through the surf. Men screamed and fell, their blood staining the water red, but the sheer numbers of attackers meant that casualties which would have broken smaller forces barely slowed the invasion's momentum. Hanno had anticipated defensive archery and had positioned his most heavily armored troops in the first wave specifically to absorb arrow fire, while lighter infantry established the beachhead. These shock troops carried massive shields that could deflect or absorb most projectiles, and they wore bronze armor that provided substantial protection against anything except direct hits to vulnerable areas. They formed defensive walls that protected the troops behind them, creating safe zones where the invaders could organize for their advance inland. The second wave of warships arrived minutes after the first, disgorging thousands of additional warriors who immediately began moving up the beach toward the Cretan defensive positions. The invaders' numerical superiority became increasingly apparent as their forces spread across the landing zone, threatening to outflank the defenders through sheer mass of bodies. Dexios recognized the danger and began shifting his reserves to prevent encirclement, but he knew this was a temporary measure. Eventually, the enemy's numbers would tell, and his defensive lines would collapse unless something changed the tactical equation. That change came from an unexpected source. Among the civilian auxiliaries that Dexios had organized were several hundred fishermen and sailors who possessed intimate knowledge of the local coastline and its hazards. These men had noticed that the invading fleet had positioned itself in waters that would become extremely dangerous as the tide changed and afternoon winds picked up, conditions that local mariners understood, but that foreign commanders might not anticipate. One of these fishermen, a grizzled veteran named Alexios, approached Dexios with a suggestion that bordered on desperate improvisation, but offered possibilities that conventional tactics could not provide. "Commander, the enemy fleet is anchored in the shallows where they will be vulnerable when the tide turns in approximately 1 hour," Alexios explained rapidly, his weathered face intense with urgency. "If we can launch fire ships, vessels loaded with combustible materials and set ablaze, the changing currents will carry them directly into the anchored warships. The enemy will be forced to choose between abandoning their ships to fight the fires or withdrawing crews from the beach assault to save their vessels. Either choice creates opportunities we can exploit. Dexios grasped the potential immediately. The plan was risky and would require sacrificing several Cretan fishing vessels, but it offered a chance to disrupt the invasion's carefully coordinated phases and create chaos that might compensate for the defenders' numerical disadvantage. "Do it," he commanded. "Take whatever vessels you need and whatever men volunteer to crew them. Launch your fire ships as soon as the tide begins to turn. I will coordinate our ground forces to exploit whatever confusion you create." Alexios gathered his fellow fishermen and explained the plan, calling for volunteers to crew the fire ships on what would likely be a one-way mission. The men would need to steer the burning vessels as close as possible to the enemy fleet before abandoning them and swimming back to shore, a dangerous operation that would expose them to enemy arrows and the very fires they were setting. Despite the obvious risks, dozens of men stepped forward immediately, their willingness to sacrifice themselves for their homeland's defense, demonstrating the transformation that crisis had worked on Cretan society. The fishermen worked with frantic speed to prepare their vessels, loading them with oil, pitch, dried wood, and anything else that would burn intensely and spread flames to other ships. They rigged simple steering mechanisms that would allow the fire ships to maintain course even after their crews abandoned them, and they calculated trajectories that would account for wind and current to maximize the chances of striking enemy vessels. The preparations took less than an hour, a testament to the efficiency that came from men working with materials and techniques they had known their entire lives. As the tide began to turn, and afternoon winds picked up exactly as Alexios had predicted, the fire ships launched from a concealed cove approximately half a mile east of the main battle. The crews steered their burning vessels toward the anchored invasion fleet, the flames growing rapidly as the combustible materials caught and spread. From the beach, both attackers and defenders paused in their combat to watch the blazing ships approaching the enemy fleet, their progress seeming almost supernatural as wind and current combined to drive them directly toward their targets with uncanny accuracy. The first fire ship struck an Egyptian trireme amidships, the burning vessel's momentum driving it partially onto the larger warship's deck before the flames spread to the trireme's rigging and sails. The Egyptian crew abandoned their combat positions and rushed to fight the fire, but the blaze had already gained too much momentum to be easily controlled. Within minutes, the trireme was fully engulfed, its crew abandoning ship and swimming desperately towards shore or other vessels. The second and third fire ships struck their targets moments later, and suddenly, the invasion fleet was facing a crisis that threatened to destroy their naval support and strand their ground forces without means of retreat or resupply. Hannah watched in horror from his flagship as the carefully orchestrated operation descended into chaos, his ships burning or cutting their anchor lines to escape the fire ships. His crews focused on survival rather than supporting the beach assault. "Recall the third wave," the admiral commanded, recognizing that he needed to preserve at least some of his fleet if the operation was to have any chance of success. All vessels that can safely do so should move to deeper water beyond the range of these fire attacks. Maintain position to provide support for ground forces, but do not risk additional ships unnecessarily. The order rippled through the fleet, and warships began withdrawing from their advanced positions, creating a gap between the invasion's naval and ground components that Dexios immediately recognized as an opportunity. The enemy forces on the beach were now effectively isolated, cut off from easy reinforcement or retreat, facing defenders who had been energized by the success of the fire ship attack. "All units advance," Dexios commanded, his voice carrying across the defensive positions with authority that transformed his troops from passive defenders into aggressive counterattackers. "Drive them back to the water. Show them that Cretans do not need bronze guardians to defend their homeland." The Cretan forces surged forward with renewed determination, their assault catching the invaders at a moment of maximum confusion and vulnerability. The enemy troops on the beach found themselves fighting on two fronts, against the Cretan defenders advancing from inland positions, and against the chaos spreading from their burning fleet behind them. The psychological impact of watching their ships destroyed proved as damaging as the physical casualties, eroding the confidence that had driven the invasion's initial success. Hanno recognized that his carefully planned operation was collapsing into disaster. His forces on the beach were being pushed back toward the water, his fleet was scattered and burning, and the window of opportunity that Medea's neutralization of TALOS had created was closing rapidly, as Cretan defenders demonstrated capabilities that his intelligence assessments had dramatically underestimated. The admiral faced a commander's worst nightmare: the choice between reinforcing failure in hopes of salvaging victory or accepting defeat and withdrawing to preserve what remained of his forces. The decision was made for him when a fireship struck his flagship, the burning vessel crashing into the stern and immediately spreading flames to the admiral's quarters and the ship's steering mechanisms. Hanno barely escaped with his life, diving into the water as fire consumed the vessel that had been his command center. He swam toward a nearby Phoenician warship that had managed to avoid the fire attack, his mind already composing the report he would have to deliver to the Allied commanders who had entrusted him with this operation. By the time Hanno pulled himself aboard the rescue vessel, the battle's outcome had become clear. The invasion force on the beach was in full retreat, warriors abandoning their equipment and swimming desperately toward the surviving ships of the scattered fleet. The Cretan defenders pursued them to the water's edge, their arrows and spears cutting down men struggling through the surf. The beach that the invaders had seized with such confidence hours earlier was now littered with their dead and dying, the sand stained red with blood that the rising tide would soon wash away. As darkness fell across the Mediterranean, the surviving invasion vessels limped away from Cretan waters, their commanders stunned by the speed and completeness of their defeat. Of the 47 warships that had approached the island that morning, fewer than 30 remained operational, and many of those had sustained significant damage. Casualties among the invasion force exceeded 4,000 dead or missing, with thousands more wounded. The operation that was supposed to demonstrate Crete's vulnerability without Talos's protection had instead proven that the island kingdom possessed resources and determination that supernatural guardianship had previously obscured. Dexios stood on the beach as night descended, surrounded by exhausted but triumphant defenders who had discovered capabilities they had not known they possessed. The old commander felt pride mixed with sorrow as he surveyed the battlefield, pride in what his forces had accomplished against overwhelming odds, sorrow for the hundreds of Cretan casualties whose sacrifice had purchased this victory. The bodies of defenders and invaders lay intermingled on the sand, a grim reminder that triumph in warfare always came at terrible cost. "We have won today," Dexios said to the officers gathered around him, his voice carrying both satisfaction and warning. But this was only the first test. Word of our victory will spread throughout the Mediterranean, and it will generate two responses. Some powers will be deterred by our demonstrated strength, but others will see our success as a challenge to be overcome. We must use the time this victory has purchased to strengthen our defenses, train our forces, and prepare for the conflicts that will inevitably come. Talos protected us for decades, but his loss has forced us to rediscover strengths we had forgotten we possessed. We are no longer a kingdom dependent on supernatural protection. We are a nation of warriors who have proven we can defend our homeland through courage, skill, and determination. The officers nodded their agreement, understanding that the battle they had just won marked not an ending, but a beginning. The start of a new era in which Crete would need to maintain, through constant vigilance and military readiness, the security that divine craftsmanship had once provided effortlessly. It would be a harder path than the one they had walked during Talos's guardianship, demanding sacrifices and accepting risks that supernatural protection had eliminated. But it would also be a path that belonged to them, shaped by their choices and sustained by their efforts, rather than dependent on divine favor that could be withdrawn without warning. Europa arrived at the battlefield as the last light faded from the western sky, accompanied by priests and healers who would tend to the wounded and perform rites for the dead. The queen walked slowly across the sand, her expression reflecting the complex emotions of a ruler who had witnessed her kingdom transform from comfortable dependence to hard-won self-reliance in the span of a single day. She paused to speak with wounded defenders, offering words of gratitude and comfort, acknowledging their sacrifice and promising that their courage would be remembered and honored. When she reached Dexios, Europa embraced the old commander with genuine affection and respect. "You have saved our kingdom," she said simply. "When Talos fell, I feared we would fall with him. But you and these brave defenders have proven that Crete's strength was never solely dependent on supernatural protection. We have rediscovered what our ancestors knew, that free people fighting for their homes are the most formidable force in the world." Dexios returned the embrace, then stepped back and gestured toward the defenders resting on the beach around them. "They saved the kingdom, my queen. I merely gave them the opportunity to discover their own courage. Talos was a magnificent guardian, but his very perfection made us weak by eliminating the need for us to be strong. Perhaps his loss, tragic as it was, will ultimately prove to be a gift, the catalyst that transformed us from protected subjects into self-reliant citizens." The queen nodded slowly, recognizing the wisdom in the commander's words, even as she mourned the casualties that had purchased this transformation. "Perhaps you are right, but I think we can honor both truths. We can be grateful for the decades of security Talos provided while also taking pride in the strength we have discovered within ourselves. His era has ended, but the civilization he protected will endure, not because of divine favor, but because of human determination." As Europa spoke these words, neither she nor anyone else on that beach could see the distant promontory, where Talos' bronze form still knelt in eternal silence, a monument to both the power and the limitations of divine craftsmanship. The guardian who had protected Crete so perfectly for so long had fallen not to superior force, but to the fatal vulnerability of consciousness itself, the capacity for doubt, the susceptibility to persuasion, the terrible freedom to choose one's own destruction. His legacy would endure not in continued protection, but in the lesson his loss had taught, that true security could never depend entirely on external guardians, no matter how powerful, but must ultimately rest on the courage and capability of those being protected. The age of Talos had ended, but the age of Cretan resilience had begun, and the Mediterranean world would learn that some things, freedom, determination, the will to defend one's homeland, possessed their own form of invincibility that no amount of bronze could replicate and no psychological manipulation could destroy. The months following the failed invasion witnessed a profound transformation in Cretan society, as the kingdom adapted to its new reality as a conventionally defended nation, rather than a supernaturally protected sanctuary. The victory over Hanno's invasion fleet had demonstrated that mortal courage and tactical ingenuity could compensate for the loss of divine guardianship, but it had also revealed the tremendous costs associated with conventional warfare. Costs measured not merely in casualties and material resources, but in the constant vigilance and military readiness required to maintain security without supernatural assistance. Europa threw herself into the work of rebuilding and strengthening her kingdom's defenses, with the focused intensity of a ruler who understood that survival depended on transforming temporary victory into sustainable security. She established a permanent standing army of 10,000 professional soldiers, a force 10 times larger than the ceremonial guard that had sufficed during Talos's era. These troops underwent rigorous training programs designed by Dexios and other veterans who had combat experience, learning not merely individual fighting skills, but the complex coordination and discipline required for effective large-scale military operations. The economic burden of maintaining this expanded military establishment proved substantial, requiring tax increases that generated grumbling among citizens who had grown accustomed to the minimal defense expenditures possible when Talos provided protection. Europa addressed these complaints directly in a series of public assemblies, where she spoke with characteristic honesty about the choices her kingdom faced. "I understand your frustration with increased taxation," the Queen told a gathering of merchants and landowners in Knossos' central plaza. "During the decades when Talos guarded our shores, we enjoyed security without significant cost, prosperity without the burden of military expenditure. Those days are gone, and we must choose between accepting the costs of conventional defense or accepting the far greater costs of conquest and subjugation. I have made my choice. I will pay whatever price is necessary to preserve Cretan independence. The question each of you must answer is whether you share that commitment or whether you value your immediate wealth more than your long-term freedom." The directness of this challenge, combined with vivid memories of the recent invasion attempt, proved effective in building public support for the military expansion. Citizens who might have resisted taxation in abstract terms found it difficult to argue against concrete measures designed to prevent the horrors of foreign occupation. The increased revenues allowed not merely expansion of military forces, but also construction of permanent fortifications along the most vulnerable sections of coastline. Stone walls, watchtowers, and fortified harbors that would provide defensive advantages in future conflicts. Yet even as Crete strengthened its conventional defenses, questions persisted about Talos himself and the circumstances of his destruction. The Bronze Guardian's lifeless form remained kneeling on the northern promontory where he had removed the fatal nail, and this site became a destination for pilgrims, scholars, and curiosity seekers who wished to witness the physical evidence of how consciousness could be weaponized against even the most powerful constructs. Europa ordered the site protected and preserved, recognizing its value both as a memorial and as a cautionary reminder of vulnerabilities that transcended physical strength. A permanent guard was established at the promontory, not to protect Talos, whose bronze form required no protection, but to maintain the site's integrity and to document the observations of scholars who came to study the fallen guardian. Among these researchers, none proved more dedicated than a young philosopher named Aristomenes, who spent months examining every aspect of Talos's construction and analyzing the psychological mechanisms that had led to his self-destruction. Aristomenes conducted extensive interviews with citizens who had interacted with Talos during his operational years, collecting accounts of behaviors and responses that might illuminate the nature of his consciousness. He studied the footprints the Guardian had left throughout Crete, analyzing their patterns for evidence of decision-making processes and behavioral variations. Most importantly, he examined the scene of Talos's final moments with forensic precision, documenting the position of his body, the location of the discarded nail, and the traces of the sorceress's presence that remained visible to careful observation. The philosopher's research culminated in a treatise titled On the Vulnerability of Artificial Consciousness, a work that would influence philosophical and military thinking for generations. Aristomenes argued that Talos's destruction revealed fundamental truths about the relationship between consciousness and purpose, demonstrating that awareness itself created vulnerabilities that purely mechanical systems did not possess. A simple automaton, lacking genuine consciousness, cannot be manipulated through psychological means because it possesses no psychology to manipulate, Aristomenes wrote. But Talos was granted true awareness by his divine creator, and this gift, intended to make him a more effective guardian, ultimately provided the avenue through which he could be destroyed. The sorceress Medea understood what Zeus apparently did not, that consciousness capable of perceiving its own existence is also capable of questioning that existence, and that questions skillfully posed can be more destructive than any physical weapon. The treatise generated intense debate among scholars and military strategists throughout the Mediterranean world. Some argued that Aristomenes had identified a fundamental flaw in the concept of conscious guardians, suggesting that future divine constructs should be designed as pure automatons without genuine awareness. Others contended that consciousness remained essential for effective guardianship, and that the solution lay not in eliminating awareness but in better understanding and protecting it against psychological manipulation. These theoretical debates acquired practical urgency when reports began circulating that other kingdoms were attempting to create their own versions of Talos, seeking to replicate Zeus's achievement through combinations of advanced craftsmanship and whatever divine or magical assistance they could obtain. None of these attempts succeeded in producing anything approaching the Bronze Guardian's capabilities, but the efforts themselves demonstrated how profoundly his existence had influenced strategic thinking throughout the ancient world. Meanwhile, the sorceress Medea had departed the Mediterranean region entirely, traveling to distant lands where her role in Talos's destruction would not be widely known. She carried with her detailed notes about the psychological techniques she had employed, information that would inform her future work and eventually be passed down to students who would refine and expand upon her methods. In her private writings, Medea reflected on the operation with a mixture of professional satisfaction and genuine regret. I proved what I set out to prove, that consciousness, regardless of its origins, possesses inherent vulnerabilities that can be exploited by those who understand its nature, she wrote in a journal that would not be discovered until centuries after her death. But I destroyed something unique in the process, a being whose consciousness deserved better than to be manipulated into self-destruction for the sake of theoretical demonstration. If I could undo what I did, I am not certain I would. The knowledge gained has value that transcends individual tragedy, but neither can I claim to feel no guilt for the role I played in ending an existence that harmed no one and served its purpose with perfect dedication. Back in Crete, the practical work of maintaining security without supernatural assistance continued with grinding persistence. Dexios and his officers developed sophisticated patrol schedules and communication systems designed to provide the comprehensive coastal surveillance that Talos had once accomplished alone. Watchtowers equipped with signal fires allowed rapid transmission of warnings about approaching threats. Fast courier ships maintained constant patrols, ready to carry alerts to military bases positioned at strategic locations around the island. The system was expensive, labor-intensive, and far less reliable than Talos's supernatural senses had been, but it represented the best that mortal ingenuity could achieve. The old commander spent long hours studying maps and tactical reports, searching for ways to maximize the effectiveness of his limited resources. He understood that Crete could never match the naval power of larger kingdoms like Egypt or the Phoenician city-states, which meant that defensive strategy needed to focus on making any invasion attempt so costly that potential attackers would conclude the prize was not worth the price. This required not merely strong fortifications, but also a reputation for fierce resistance that would deter opportunistic raids while the kingdom built up its conventional military capabilities. That reputation was tested repeatedly during the first year after Talos's fall, as various pirate bands and minor naval powers probed Cretan defenses seeking to exploit perceived weakness. Each of these challenges was met with determined resistance that inflicted casualties disproportionate to any gains the attackers achieved. Dexios made certain that survivors from these engagements returned to their home ports with vivid accounts of Cretan military effectiveness, understanding that reputation could serve as a force multiplier that reduced the frequency of future attacks. The most significant of these tests came when a coalition of Aegean pirates assembled a fleet of 20 vessels and attempted a coordinated assault on 3 different sections of Cretan coastline simultaneously. The operation demonstrated sophisticated planning and represented exactly the kind of distributed threat that TALOS could have easily handled, but that challenged conventional defenses. Dexios responded by concentrating his mobile reserves against the largest of the 3 attacking forces, gambling that he could achieve a decisive victory at one location that would demoralize the attackers at the other sites. The gamble succeeded. Cretan forces destroyed or captured 12 pirate vessels in a brutal engagement that lasted most of a day, killing or capturing more than 800 raiders. The surviving pirate forces at the other 2 attack sites withdrew immediately upon learning of this disaster, recognizing that they faced opponents far more capable than intelligence reports had suggested. The victory came at significant cost, nearly 300 Cretan casualties, but it established a deterrent effect that substantially reduced pirate activity in Cretan waters for years afterward. Europa personally visited the wounded from this engagement, spending hours in the military hospital speaking with soldiers who had sacrificed their health defending the kingdom. She listened to their accounts of the battle, offered words of gratitude and encouragement, and made certain that their families received financial support adequate to compensate for lost income during recovery periods. These visits served multiple purposes. They demonstrated the Queen's genuine concern for her defenders. They provided valuable intelligence about combat conditions and tactical effectiveness, and they reinforced the bond between ruler and ruled that was essential for maintaining public support for the military expenditures required by conventional defense. As the first anniversary of Talos's fall approached, Europa decided to establish a formal memorial ceremony that would honor both the Bronze Guardian's decades of service and the citizens who had died defending Crete after his protection ended. The ceremony would take place at the promontory where Talos's lifeless form still knelt, transforming the site from a curiosity for scholars into a sacred space where the kingdom could collectively process the profound changes it had experienced. The memorial ceremony drew thousands of participants from throughout Crete, citizens who wished to pay respects to their former guardian and to honor the defenders who had died in the year since his fall. Europa led a procession that wound its way from Knossos to the northern promontory, a journey of several hours that allowed participants to reflect on the transformation their society had undergone. Priests performed elaborate rituals, musicians played solemn compositions, and poets recited verses commemorating both Talos's service and the courage of mortal defenders. When the procession reached the promontory, Europa stood before Talos's kneeling bronze form and delivered a speech that would be recorded by chroniclers and studied by historians for generations. Her words captured the complex emotions of a society grappling with loss, adaptation, and the discovery of strengths it had not known it possessed. We gather here to honor Talos, the bronze guardian who protected our shores for decades with perfect dedication, Europa began, her voice carrying clearly across the assembled crowd. His strength was as the mountains, his vigilance as the stars, his loyalty as unchanging as the cosmic order itself. He asked nothing of us, except that we live in peace and prosperity under his protection. And for decades we did exactly that. We grew wealthy, we grew comfortable, and perhaps we grew complacent, forgetting that security is never truly free but always purchased at some cost. The queen paused, her gaze moving from Talos's bronze form to the citizens gathered before her. When our guardian fell, we faced a choice. We could despair at the loss of supernatural protection, or we could discover whether we possessed the strength to protect ourselves. Many doubted we could succeed. Our enemies certainly doubted it, as evidenced by the invasion fleet that approached our shores believing we would be easy prey. But you, the citizens of Crete, the defenders of our homeland, proved those doubts wrong. You demonstrated that mortal courage and determination possess their own form of invincibility, that free people fighting for their homes are the most formidable force in the world. Europa's voice grew stronger, carrying passion that moved many in the crowd to tears. We have paid a terrible price for this discovery. Hundreds of our citizens have died in the years since Talos fell, defending the shores he once protected alone. Their sacrifice weighs heavily on my heart, and I know it weighs on yours as well. But their deaths were not in vain. They purchased our continued freedom. They preserved our civilization, and they proved that Crete's strength was never solely dependent on supernatural protection, but resided always in the courage of its people. The queen turned back to face Talos's bronze form, her expression reflecting both gratitude and sorrow. We honor you, Guardian, for your decades of perfect service. We mourn your loss and the circumstances that led to your destruction. But we also recognize that your fall, tragic as it was, forced us to rediscover strengths we had forgotten we possessed. You protected us so well that we forgot how to protect ourselves, and in that forgetting lay a vulnerability perhaps greater than any physical threat. Your absence has been painful, but it has also been instructive, teaching us that true security must ultimately rest on our own capabilities rather than on external guardians, no matter how powerful. Europa concluded her speech by announcing the establishment of a permanent memorial fund that would support the families of defenders killed protecting Crete, ensuring that those who sacrificed their lives for the kingdom would not be forgotten and that their dependents would not suffer economic hardship. She also declared the promontory where Talos knelt to be sacred ground, protected in perpetuity as a site of remembrance and reflection. As the ceremony concluded and the crowd began to disperse, Aristomenes the philosopher approached Europa with a request that had been troubling him for months. My queen, I have studied Talos extensively, and one question continues to haunt me. Was his consciousness truly destroyed when the ichor drained from his bronze form, or does some remnant of awareness persist within the metal itself? Is it possible that he remains conscious but unable to move or communicate, trapped in a prison of his own construction? The question sent a chill through Europa's heart, raising possibilities too horrible to contemplate comfortably. She looked at Talos's kneeling form with new eyes, wondering whether the bronze guardian might indeed be aware of his surroundings but unable to respond, experiencing an existence that would be torture for any conscious being. The thought was unbearable, yet she could not dismiss it entirely. The nature of divine constructs remained mysterious, and assumptions about what was possible or impossible had proven unreliable. I do not know, Europa admitted quietly, and I am not certain anyone can know, unless Zeus himself chooses to enlighten us. But I will ask the priests to perform rituals that might release any consciousness that remains trapped within the bronze, allowing Talos's awareness to find peace, if it has not already done so. It is the least we can do for a guardian who served us so faithfully for so long. Aristomenes nodded gratefully, relieved that the queen took his concern seriously rather than dismissing it as philosophical speculation. As he walked away from the promontory, the philosopher cast one final glance at Talos's bronze form, wondering whether somewhere within that metal construction, a consciousness that had once been vibrant and purposeful now existed in silent darkness, aware but unable to act, conscious but unable to communicate, alive but unable to truly live. The sun set over the Mediterranean, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that reflected brilliantly off Talos's bronze surface, one final time before darkness claimed the promontory. The memorial ceremony had ended, but the questions it raised would persist for generations. Questions about consciousness and purpose, about the relationship between creators and their creations, about the price of security and the cost of freedom. These were not questions that admitted easy answers, but they were questions worth asking. And the Bronze Guardian's kneeling form would serve as an eternal reminder that even the most powerful constructs possessed vulnerabilities, and that consciousness itself was both the greatest gift and the most dangerous burden any being could possess. 5 years after Talos's fall, Crete had transformed into a formidable military power whose reputation for defensive prowess rivaled that of far larger kingdoms. The island's standing army had grown to 15,000 professional soldiers, supplemented by a well-trained militia of another 20,000 citizens who could be mobilized within days of any emergency. The coastal fortifications that Europa had ordered constructed now formed an integrated defensive network that made amphibious assault operations extremely costly for any attacker. Most significantly, Cretan naval forces had expanded from a handful of patrol vessels to a fleet of 60 warships capable of projecting power throughout the eastern Mediterranean. This transformation had required sustained economic investment that fundamentally altered Cretan society. The agricultural economy that had flourished during Talos's era of perfect security now operated alongside a substantial military-industrial complex that produced weapons, armor, ships, and fortifications. Taxes remained significantly higher than they had been during the Bronze Guardian's protection, but citizens had largely accepted this burden as the necessary price of independence. A generation of young Cretans had grown to adulthood knowing only the reality of conventional defense, and for them, the stories of Talos's supernatural guardianship seemed almost mythological, tales from a golden age that might never return. Dexios, now in his 70s, had retired from active military command, but remained influential as an advisor to Europa and as the kingdom's most respected strategic thinker. He spent his days writing treatises on military tactics and defensive strategy, documenting the lessons learned during Crete's transition from supernatural protection to conventional defense. His works were studied throughout the Mediterranean world, influencing military thinking in kingdoms that face similar challenges of defending extensive coastlines with limited resources. The old commander made regular pilgrimages to the promontory where Talos's bronze form still knelt in eternal silence, finding in the fallen guardian's presence a source of reflection and perspective. During one such visit, Dexios was approached by a young officer named Cleomenes, a rising star in the Cretan military who had distinguished himself in several engagements against pirates and raiders. The young man carried questions that reflected the concerns of his generation, soldiers who had never known the security of supernatural protection, and who wondered whether the sacrifices required by conventional defense were sustainable over the long term. "Commander, I have studied your writings extensively, and I understand the tactical and strategic principles you have established," Cleomenes began respectfully. "But I find myself troubled by a question that transcends military considerations. Can any mortal system truly replace what Talos provided? We have built a formidable military establishment, but it requires constant vigilance, continuous expenditure, and regular sacrifice of lives. Talos provided perfect security without these costs. Have we truly gained anything by his loss, Or have we merely learned to accept a more difficult and dangerous existence as normal? Dexios considered the question carefully before responding, recognizing that it reflected doubts that many in the younger generation harbored but rarely voiced openly. "You ask whether we have gained anything by losing Talos," the old commander said slowly. "The answer depends on what you value most: comfort or capability, security or self-reliance. During the decades when Talos protected us, we enjoyed perfect safety, but we also became dependent on protection we did not provide for ourselves and could not control. When that protection was withdrawn, we faced catastrophe because we had forgotten how to defend ourselves." The commander gestured toward Talos's kneeling bronze form. "His fall was tragic, but it forced us to rediscover capabilities we had allowed to atrophy. We learned that we could defend our homeland through our own efforts, that we possessed courage and ingenuity sufficient to overcome challenges that had seemed insurmountable. That knowledge, that confidence in our own capabilities, is worth more than any amount of supernatural protection, because it can never be taken from us the way Talos was taken. We may face greater dangers now than we did during his guardianship, but we face them as free people who control our own destiny, rather than as dependents who exist at the pleasure of divine favor." Cleomenes absorbed these words thoughtfully, but his expression suggested that doubts remained. "Yet we have paid such a terrible price for this self-reliance. Thousands have died in the 5 years since Talos fell, defenders killed in battles that would never have occurred if the Bronze Guardian still patrolled our shores. How do we justify those deaths? How do we tell their families that their sacrifice was necessary for some abstract principle of self-reliance? We justify those deaths by ensuring they were not in vain," Dexios replied firmly. "Every defender who has fallen protecting Crete has purchased continued freedom for their children and their children's children. That is not an abstract principle. It is the most concrete and valuable legacy any generation can provide to those who follow. Yes, we have paid a terrible price, but the alternative would have been to remain dependent on protection we could not control, vulnerable to catastrophe whenever that protection was withdrawn. We chose the harder path, but it is the path that leads to genuine security rather than comfortable dependence." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a messenger from Knossos, a young woman who approached with the urgency that indicated important news. "Commander Dexios, Officer Cleomenes, the Queen requests your immediate presence at the palace. A diplomatic delegation has arrived from Athens with a proposal that requires urgent consultation with military advisors." The two officers exchanged glances, then followed the messenger back toward the capital, their philosophical discussion tabled in favor of immediate practical concerns. As they traveled, Dexios found himself wondering what proposal could have prompted Europa to summon him from retirement. The Queen respected his need for rest and rarely called upon him unless circumstances were genuinely serious. They arrived at the palace to find Europa in her council chamber, surrounded by civilian advisors and military officers engaged in intense discussion. The Queen's expression reflected the careful neutrality she maintained when considering proposals, whose implications were not yet fully clear. She gestured for Dexios and Cleomenes to join the gathering, then nodded to a distinguished-looking Athenian diplomat who stood at the center of the chamber. "Honored advisors, this is Pericles, ambassador from Athens," Europa introduced. "He brings a proposal from his city's leadership that has significant implications for Cretan security and Mediterranean politics more broadly. Pericles, please explain your proposal to my military advisors as you have explained it to me." The Athenian diplomat bowed respectfully, then addressed the assembled Cretans with the polished eloquence of a man accustomed to high-stakes negotiations. "Honored Queen, esteemed advisors, Athens has observed with great interest and admiration how Crete has transformed itself from a kingdom dependent on supernatural protection to a formidable military power capable of defending its interests through conventional means. Your success has been remarkable, but it has also been costly, requiring resources and sacrifices that strain even your prosperous economy. Athens faces similar challenges. We too must defend extensive territories and maritime interests against numerous potential threats. And we too find that the costs of maintaining adequate defenses grow continuously. Pericles paused, allowing his audience to absorb these observations before continuing. What Athens proposes is an alliance, a formal defensive pact in which our two powers commit to mutual support against external threats. Such an alliance would allow both kingdoms to achieve greater security with reduced individual expenditure, as we could coordinate our military efforts and share the burden of maintaining Mediterranean stability. Specifically, Athens would commit to providing naval support if Crete faced invasion, while Crete would commit to providing similar support if Athenian interests were threatened. Together, our combined forces would be sufficient to deter most potential aggressors, reducing the frequency of conflicts that currently drain our resources. The proposal generated immediate discussion among the Cretan advisors, with opinions ranging from enthusiastic support to deep skepticism. Dexios listened carefully to the various arguments before offering his own assessment, knowing that his opinion would carry significant weight given his experience and reputation. Ambassador Pericles, your proposal has merit, but it also raises concerns that must be addressed before Crete could commit to such an alliance, the old commander said diplomatically. The fundamental question is whether mutual defense commitments would enhance our security or merely entangle us in conflicts that do not directly threaten our interests. During the years since Talos's fall, Crete has focused exclusively on defensive operations. We have not sought to project power beyond our immediate waters, or to involve ourselves in the political disputes that constantly roil the Mediterranean world. An alliance with Athens might require us to abandon that policy, committing our forces to support Athenian interests that may not align with our own. Pericles nodded, acknowledging the validity of this concern. Commander, you raise an important point, and I can assure you that Athens has no intention of drawing Crete into conflicts unrelated to genuine security interests. The alliance we propose would be strictly defensive in nature, activated only when one party faces direct military threats to its territory or vital interests. We seek a partner for mutual protection, not a subordinate to serve Athenian ambitions. The terms of any agreement would be carefully crafted to ensure that both parties retain sovereignty over their own military decisions while benefiting from the deterrent effect of combined strength. The discussion continued for hours as the Cretan advisors explored various aspects of the proposal, examining potential benefits and risks from multiple perspectives. Europa listened carefully to all viewpoints, asking probing questions that revealed her own sophisticated understanding of strategic considerations. As the debate progressed, a consensus gradually emerged that the Athenian proposal deserved serious consideration, but required careful negotiation to ensure that Cretan interests were adequately protected. Ambassador Pericles, Crete is interested in exploring your proposal further, but we will require time to consider its implications and to develop specific terms that address our concerns, Europa finally announced. I propose that we establish a joint commission of Athenian and Cretan representatives who will work together to draft a detailed alliance agreement for our respective governments to consider. This process will likely require several months, but it will ensure that any agreement we reach serves the genuine interests of both parties, rather than creating obligations that prove unsustainable. The Athenian diplomat accepted this proposal with evident satisfaction, recognizing that Europa's willingness to establish a negotiating commission represented significant progress toward the alliance Athens sought. The meeting concluded with agreements about the composition of the joint commission and the timeline for its work, and Pericles departed with assurances that Athens would approach the negotiations in good faith. After the Athenian delegation left, Europa asked Dexios to remain for a private consultation. The queen's expression reflected the weight of decisions that would shape Crete's future for generations, and she valued the old commander's counsel on matters of such significance. Tell me honestly, old friend, is this alliance wise, or am I allowing fear of future threats to draw us into entanglements that will ultimately prove more dangerous than the risks we face alone? Europa asked directly. Dexios considered the question with the careful deliberation that had characterized his entire career. My queen, there is no answer to that question that does not involve risk. If we accept the Athenian alliance, we gain additional security, but also accept obligations that may prove burdensome. If we reject it, we maintain complete independence, but also accept that we face future threats alone, without the support that combined forces could provide. The question is not which choice is risk-free, but which risks are more acceptable given our capabilities and our values. The old commander moved to a window that overlooked Knossos and the Mediterranean beyond. I've spent 5 years helping to build Crete's conventional defenses, and I can tell you honestly that what we have achieved is impressive, but not sufficient to guarantee our security against all possible threats. A determined assault by a major power, Egypt, Persia, or a coalition of Phoenician cities, would strain our defenses to the breaking point. An alliance with Athens would significantly improve our strategic position, making such an assault far less likely because potential aggressors would need to account for Athenian naval power in addition to our own defenses. Europa joined Dexios at the window, her gaze following his toward the sea that had brought both prosperity and danger to her kingdom. Yet alliances also create vulnerabilities. If Athens becomes involved in a conflict with Persia or Sparta, we might find ourselves obligated to support them in wars that do not serve Cretan interests. We could end up sacrificing our defenders for Athenian ambitions rather than for our own security. That is indeed a risk, which is why the terms of any alliance must be carefully crafted to prevent such scenarios. Dexios agreed. We must ensure that our obligations are clearly defined and limited to genuinely defensive situations. We must retain the right to determine independently whether a particular conflict meets the criteria for alliance activation. And we must establish mechanisms for resolving disputes about these determinations before they escalate into crises that threaten the alliance itself. If we can negotiate terms that provide these protections, then the alliance offers more benefits than risks. If we cannot, then we should maintain our independence regardless of the security advantages that partnership might provide. Europa nodded slowly, her decision crystallizing as she processed Dexios's counsel. Then we will pursue the alliance negotiations with clear eyes and firm resolve to protect Cretan interests. We will seek partnership, not subordination. We will accept mutual obligations, but only those that serve genuine security needs rather than political ambitions. And if Athens cannot accept terms that meet these criteria, we will walk away from the negotiations and continue to defend ourselves as we have done since TALOS fell. The Queen's words reflected the transformation that 5 years of conventional defense had worked on Cretan political culture. The kingdom that had once depended entirely on supernatural protection had developed not merely military capabilities, but also the strategic sophistication and political confidence necessary to navigate complex international relationships. Europa herself had evolved from a ruler whose primary concern had been managing prosperity during an era of perfect security to a strategic leader capable of making difficult decisions about alliances, military expenditures, and acceptable risks. As Dexios prepared to depart, Europa asked one final question that revealed concerns she rarely voiced openly. Do you ever wonder whether we made a mistake? Whether we should have sought to restore Talos somehow, rather than accepting his loss and building conventional defenses? The priests say that Zeus could create another bronze guardian if he chose to do so. Should we have devoted our resources to entreating divine favor, rather than to building armies and fortifications? The old commander smiled sadly, recognizing the doubt that even the strongest leaders experienced when contemplating paths not taken. My queen, I have asked myself that question many times, usually late at night when sleep proves elusive and regrets seem more substantial than they do in daylight. But I always reach the same conclusion. We cannot build our security on foundations we do not control. Zeus granted us Talos's protection for his own divine purposes, and he allowed that protection to be withdrawn when those purposes were fulfilled, or when he simply lost interest in our fate. If we had devoted our resources to entreating divine favor, we might have succeeded, or we might have wasted years in futile supplication while our defenses deteriorated and our enemies grew stronger. Dexios moved toward the door, then paused to offer final words of reassurance. We chose the path of self-reliance, and it has been harder than the path of divine dependence would have been. But it is our path, shaped by our choices and sustained by our efforts. Whatever challenges we face in the future, we will face them as free people who control our own destiny. That is worth more than any amount of supernatural protection, because it can never be taken from us by divine whim or sorceress's manipulation. We have become what Talos's presence prevented us from being. A nation of warriors capable of defending our homeland through our own courage and capability. That transformation, painful as it has been, is his greatest legacy. As Dexios departed, Europa remained at the window, watching the sun set over the Mediterranean and thinking about the bronze guardian who had once patrolled these shores with perfect dedication. 5 years had passed since his fall, 5 years of struggle and sacrifice and gradual transformation. The kingdom he had protected so perfectly had learned to protect itself, discovering strengths it had not known it possessed, and accepting burdens it had not previously borne. The age of Talos had ended, but the age of Cretan resilience continued, and the queen who had witnessed both eras understood that while the former had been more comfortable, the latter was more sustainable, and ultimately more valuable. The stars emerged in the darkening sky, eternal and unchanging, indifferent to the struggles of mortal kingdoms and the rise and fall of bronze guardians. Somewhere on a distant promontory, Talos's lifeless form still knelt in silent testimony to the vulnerabilities of consciousness and the limits of divine craftsmanship. But in Knossos and throughout Crete, citizens who had never known supernatural protection went about their lives with confidence born of proven capability, secure in the knowledge that their safety depended not on external guardians but on their own determination to defend what they valued. It was a harder security than Talos had provided, but it was theirs, and that made all the difference. 20 years had passed since the Bronze Guardian's fall, and the Mediterranean world had transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible during Talos's era of Cretan invulnerability. The alliance between Crete and Athens that had been cautiously negotiated in the years following the Guardian's destruction had evolved into a broader defensive confederation that included a dozen city-states and island kingdoms. This Aegean League, as it came to be known, represented a new model of collective security, one based not on supernatural protection or the dominance of a single overwhelming power, but on mutual cooperation among sovereign states that recognized their shared interests in maintaining stability and resisting external threats. Europa, now in her 70s, had witnessed the entire arc of this transformation from a position of leadership that had made her one of the most respected figures in Mediterranean politics. The young princess who had once been carried to Crete by Zeus in the form of a bull had become a wise elder stateswoman whose counsel was sought by rulers throughout the region. She had guided her kingdom through the trauma of losing supernatural protection, the desperate struggle to develop conventional defenses, and the complex negotiations that had created the Aegean League. Now, in what she knew would be the final years of her reign, she focused on ensuring that the institutions and alliances she had built would endure after her death. The queen stood on a balcony of her palace in Knossos, looking out over a city that had grown substantially during the 2 decades since Talos's fall. The population had nearly doubled as Crete's reputation for security and prosperity attracted immigrants from less stable regions. New districts had been constructed to accommodate this growth, their architecture reflecting a blend of traditional Cretan styles and influences from the various cultures that now contributed to the island's cosmopolitan character. The harbor bristled with merchant vessels and warships, evidence of Crete's transformation into a major naval power whose fleet rivaled those of far larger kingdoms. Europa's reverie was interrupted by the arrival of her grandson Minos, a young man in his mid-20s who had been groomed since childhood to eventually assume the throne. Minos possessed his grandmother's intelligence and political acumen, combined with military training that had made him a capable commander in his own right. He had led Cretan forces in several successful operations against pirates and had represented the kingdom in diplomatic negotiations with neighboring powers. Europa had gradually transferred more responsibilities to him over the past several years, preparing him for the transition that would inevitably come when age or illness finally ended her long reign. "Grandmother, the delegation from Delphi has arrived," Minos announced, his tone reflecting the significance of this visit. "The oracle's representatives bring a prophecy that concerns Talos and Crete's future. They request an audience with you at your earliest convenience." Europa felt a chill despite the warm Mediterranean afternoon. The Oracle of Delphi rarely involved herself in political matters, and when she did, her prophecies invariably concerned events of profound significance. That the Oracle would send a delegation specifically to discuss Talos, 2 decades after his destruction, suggested that the Bronze Guardian's story was not yet complete, that some final chapter remained to be written. "Bring them to the throne room immediately," Europa commanded, her voice steady despite the apprehension she felt. "And summon the council. Whatever the Oracle's representatives have to say, it will likely require consultation with my advisors." Within the hour, Europa sat upon her throne, surrounded by the kingdom's senior civilian and military leaders, facing 3 priestesses from Delphi, who had traveled across the Mediterranean to deliver their message. The eldest of these women, a priestess named Pythia, whose age appeared to rival Europa's own, stepped forward and spoke with the formal cadence of one delivering words not entirely her own. "Europa, Queen of Crete, the Oracle has seen visions concerning the Bronze Guardian who once protected your shores," Pythia began, her voice carrying an otherworldly quality that silenced all conversation in the throne room. "For 20 years, Talos has knelt in silence on the northern promontory, his consciousness extinguished, his divine purpose unfulfilled. But the gods have not forgotten him, nor have they forgotten the service he provided before his destruction. Apollo has spoken through the oracle, declaring that the time has come for Talos to be restored, not as he was, but as he might become if mortal wisdom is applied to divine craftsmanship. The priestess's words generated immediate reaction among the assembled advisors, expressions ranging from hope to skepticism to outright disbelief. Europa raised her hand for silence, then addressed Pythia directly. "Honored priestess, please explain what you mean by restoration." Talos was destroyed when the ichor drained from his bronze form. How can what was destroyed be restored? And what do you mean when you say he should be restored, not as he was, but as he might become? Pythia nodded, acknowledging the validity of these questions. The oracle's vision reveals that Talos's consciousness was not entirely destroyed when his ichor drained. A fragment of his awareness remains trapped within the bronze, experiencing an existence of silent darkness that would be torture for any conscious being. This fragment can be restored and expanded, but only if those who undertake the restoration understand the lessons of his original destruction. The sorceress Medea defeated Talos by exploiting the isolation of his consciousness. He had no one with whom to discuss the questions she raised, no community of minds that might have helped him resist her manipulation. If he is to be restored, he must be restored not as a solitary guardian, but as part of a collective consciousness, multiple bronze constructs that can communicate with each other, share perspectives, and provide the social context that isolated awareness lacks. The implications of this pronouncement rippled through the throne room as advisors grasped what the oracle was proposing. Not the restoration of a single bronze guardian, but the creation of multiple constructs that would function as a networked collective. A fundamentally different approach to supernatural protection that addressed the psychological vulnerabilities that had led to Talos's destruction. One of Europa's senior advisors, a scholar named Thales who had studied Aristomenes' treatise on artificial consciousness extensively, raised a concern that others were undoubtedly thinking. "Honored priestess, if we create multiple bronze guardians with interconnected consciousness, do we not risk creating something potentially more dangerous than a single isolated construct? What prevents such a collective from deciding that it should rule rather than serve, that its superior capabilities justify dominance over the mortals it was created to protect?" Pythia smiled, a gesture that suggested she had anticipated this question. That is precisely why the oracle specifies that mortal wisdom must be applied to divine craftsmanship. The new guardians must be created not by gods alone, but through collaboration between divine power and mortal understanding. Their consciousness must be designed with built-in limitations and safeguards that prevent the kind of existential crisis that destroyed Talos, while also preventing the development of ambitions incompatible with their protective purpose. This will require unprecedented cooperation between divine and mortal craftsmen, between those who understand the nature of consciousness and those who possess the power to create it. Europa listened to this explanation with the careful attention of a ruler who understood that the decision she made in response to the oracle's message would shape Crete's future for generations. The prospect of restoring supernatural protection was tempting. It would eliminate the constant military expenditures and regular sacrifices that conventional defense required. Yet the Queen had also witnessed how dependence on supernatural protection had made Crete vulnerable when that protection was withdrawn. Could a new generation of Bronze Guardians be designed in ways that provided security without creating the dependencies and vulnerabilities that had characterized Talos's era? Honored priestess, I must consult with my advisors before responding to the oracle's message, Europa said diplomatically. This is a decision of profound significance that requires careful consideration of both benefits and risks. Please accept the hospitality of my palace while we deliberate. I will provide the oracle's representatives with our answer within 3 days. The priestesses bowed and withdrew, leaving Europa alone with her council to debate the most consequential decision the kingdom had faced since Talos's destruction. The discussion that followed revealed deep divisions among the advisors, with passionate arguments advanced on multiple sides of the question. Those who favored accepting the oracle's proposal emphasized the security benefits that restored supernatural protection would provide. "We have built impressive conventional defenses, but they remain vulnerable to determined assault by major powers," argued one military commander. "The Aegean League provides additional security through collective action, but alliances can fracture when interests diverge. Bronze Guardians designed with the improvements the Oracle describes would provide reliable protection without the constant expenditure and sacrifice that conventional defense requires. We would be foolish to reject such an opportunity based on abstract concerns about dependency." Others argued vehemently against restoration, citing the lessons of Talos's era and the transformation that Crete had undergone since his fall. "We have spent 20 years learning to defend ourselves, developing capabilities and confidence that supernatural protection had prevented us from discovering," one civilian advisor contended. "If we return to dependence on Bronze Guardians, we will inevitably atrophy again, losing the military skills and strategic sophistication we have worked so hard to develop. The next time supernatural protection fails, and history suggests it will eventually fail, we will face catastrophe because we will have forgotten once again how to defend ourselves." Minos offered a perspective that attempted to bridge these opposing viewpoints. "Perhaps the question is not whether to accept or reject the Oracle's proposal entirely, but whether we can accept it in a modified form that provides benefits without recreating the dependencies of Talos's era. What if we created Bronze Guardians but limited their role to supporting rather than replacing our conventional defenses? They could serve as a strategic reserve, activated only when threats exceed our conventional capabilities, while our mortal forces continue to provide primary defense. This approach would give us the security benefits of supernatural protection while maintaining the capabilities and self-reliance we have developed." Europa listened to all perspectives with the patient attention that had characterized her long reign, asking probing questions that forced advisors to examine assumptions and consider implications they might otherwise have overlooked. As the debate continued through the afternoon and into the evening, a consensus gradually emerged around Minos' suggestion that Crete should accept the Oracle's proposal, but insist on terms that prevented the complete dependency that had characterized Talos's era. On the third day after the Oracle's delegation arrived, Europa summoned the priestesses to her throne room and delivered Crete's response. "Honored representatives of the Oracle, Crete accepts the proposal to restore Talos and to create additional Bronze Guardians according to the principles you have described. However, we do so with specific conditions that must be incorporated into the design and deployment of these constructs. The new Guardians must be created to support, rather than replace, our conventional defenses. They will serve as a strategic reserve, activated only when threats exceed mortal capabilities, not as primary protectors whose presence eliminates the need for mortal vigilance. Their consciousness must be designed with safeguards that prevent both the existential vulnerabilities that destroyed Talos and the development of ambitions incompatible with their protective purpose. And most importantly, the process of creating them must involve Cretan craftsmen and scholars working alongside divine power, ensuring that mortal wisdom truly shapes their design as the Oracle specified." Pythia bowed deeply, her expression reflecting satisfaction with Europa's response. "The Oracle will be pleased with your wisdom, Queen Europa. You have learned the lessons that Talos's destruction was meant to teach. that security cannot depend entirely on external guardians, that consciousness requires community to remain healthy, and that the relationship between protectors and protected must be one of partnership rather than dependency. The work of restoration will begin immediately, and it will require the collaboration of the finest craftsmen, scholars, and priests that both divine and mortal realms can provide. The result will be guardians worthy of the civilization they protect, constructs that enhance rather than replace mortal capabilities, that possess consciousness without the vulnerabilities of isolation, and that serve without creating the dependencies that make service dangerous. The restoration project that followed consumed 3 years and represented one of the most ambitious collaborations between divine and mortal craftsmen ever attempted. Hephaestus himself descended from Olympus to work alongside Cretan metalworkers, sharing techniques of bronze working that transcended mortal capabilities, while learning from the Cretans' sophisticated understanding of mechanical principles. Athena consulted with Cretan scholars about the nature of consciousness and the design of safeguards that would prevent both existential crisis and dangerous ambition. Apollo provided the divine essence that would animate the constructs, but only after Cretan priests had helped design rituals that would shape that essence according to principles derived from 2 decades of studying Talos' strengths and vulnerabilities. The first task was restoring Talos himself. The bronze guardian's kneeling form was carefully transported from the northern promontory to a sacred workshop where divine and mortal craftsmen worked together to repair the damage caused by ichor loss and to modify his design according to lessons learned from his destruction. The nail that had sealed his ankle was replaced with a more sophisticated mechanism that could not be removed without the guardian's conscious consent and the agreement of his fellow constructs. Its consciousness, the fragment that had remained trapped in silent darkness for 20 years, was carefully restored and expanded, then integrated into a network that would eventually include 5 additional bronze guardians. When Talos finally awakened, his first words reflected both continuity with his original purpose and awareness of how profoundly his existence had changed. "I remember my service, and I remember my fall," the bronze guardian said, his voice carrying the same resonant quality it had possessed 2 decades earlier, but with new undertones of complexity and depth. "I remember the questions the sorceress posed, and I remember the terrible isolation of having no one with whom to discuss them. I am grateful beyond measure to have been restored, and I am grateful that I have been restored not to isolation but to community. I will serve Crete as I served before, but I will serve better because I am no longer alone." The 5 additional guardians were created over the following months, each possessing consciousness derived from Talos' restored awareness, but individualized through variations in their creation rituals and the specific divine essences that animated them. They were named Argos, Daedalus, Icarus, Minos, and Europa, names that honored both mythological figures and the mortal rulers who had shaped Cretan civilization. Together, the 6 bronze guardians formed a collective consciousness that could communicate instantaneously across any distance, sharing perceptions and perspectives in ways that provided the social context isolated awareness lacked. Yet true to Europa's conditions, these new guardians were deployed not as replacements for conventional defenses, but as strategic reserves that complemented mortal capabilities. Crete's standing army remained at full strength, its training and readiness maintained at the high levels developed during the 20 years without supernatural protection. The coastal fortifications remained garrisoned and operational. The Aegean League continued to function as a collective security arrangement among sovereign states. The Bronze Guardians patrolled Cretan waters and stood ready to respond to threats that exceeded conventional capabilities, but they did not eliminate the need for mortal vigilance or the value of mortal military skills. Europa lived to see the restoration project completed and the new guardians deployed according to the principles she had insisted upon. In the final year of her life, the aged queen made one last pilgrimage to the northern promontory where Talos had knelt in silent darkness for 20 years. The site had been transformed into a memorial garden, a place of reflection where citizens could contemplate the lessons of the Bronze Guardian's fall and restoration. Talos himself met Europa at the promontory, his massive bronze form kneeling so that his face was level with the elderly queen's. "I owe you a debt I can never fully repay," the guardian said quietly. "You could have chosen to restore me as I was, returning to the comfortable dependency of my original era. Instead, you insisted on restoration that addressed the flaws in my original design, creating conditions that make me more effective as a guardian, while also making Crete stronger as a kingdom. You understood what even Zeus did not, that true security requires partnership between protectors and protected, not dependency of one upon the other." Europa reached out and placed her weathered hand on Talos's bronze cheek, a gesture of affection and respect. "You served us faithfully for decades, asking nothing in return except that we live in peace and prosperity. When you fell, we learned lessons that were painful but necessary, that security cannot depend entirely on external guardians, that consciousness requires community to remain healthy, and that the capabilities we do not exercise will atrophy until we can no longer access them when need arises. Your restoration honors both your original service and the lessons your fall taught us. You are no longer our sole protector, but our partner in defense, and that partnership is stronger than solitary guardianship ever could have been." The queen paused, her gaze moving from Talos to the Mediterranean beyond. "I will not live much longer. I can feel my strength fading with each passing season. But I will die knowing that Crete is secure, not because supernatural guardians make us invulnerable, but because we have learned to combine divine protection with mortal capability in ways that create genuine resilience. The age of isolated guardianship has ended, but the age of partnership between mortal and divine protectors has begun, and I believe this new age will prove more sustainable and ultimately more valuable than what came before." Talos bowed his massive bronze head in acknowledgement of the queen's wisdom. "Your legacy will endure for as long as consciousness persists in bronze, or memory survives in mortal minds. You transformed catastrophe into opportunity, loss into growth, and dependency into partnership. Crete owes you a debt that can never be fully repaid, but we will honor it by maintaining the principles you established, that security requires both divine protection and mortal capability, that consciousness requires community to remain healthy, and that the relationship between protectors and protected must be one of partnership rather than dependency." Europa died peacefully 3 months later, surrounded by family and honored by a kingdom that recognized her as one of the greatest rulers in its history. Minos assumed the throne and continued the policies his grandmother had established, maintaining the balance between conventional defenses and supernatural protection that had become the foundation of Cretan security. The Aegean League flourished under Cretan leadership, evolving into a model of collective security that influenced political thinking throughout the Mediterranean world. The 6 Bronze Guardians served Crete for centuries, their networked consciousness proving resistant to the psychological manipulation that had destroyed the original Talos. They witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the evolution of warfare and diplomacy, the gradual transformation of the ancient world into forms that would have been unrecognizable to the citizens of Europa's era. Through all these changes, they maintained their partnership with mortal defenders, providing supernatural protection that enhanced rather than replaced human capabilities, serving without creating the dependencies that made service dangerous. And on the northern promontory, where Talos had once knelt in silent darkness, the memorial garden continued to welcome pilgrims and scholars who came to reflect on the lessons of the Bronze Guardian's fall and restoration. The site became a symbol of resilience and adaptation, a reminder that even the most catastrophic losses could be transformed into opportunities for growth if approached with wisdom and courage. The age of isolated guardianship had ended, but the age of partnership between mortal and divine protectors endured, and the Mediterranean world was richer for the lessons that transformation had taught. The Bronze Guardians still patrol Cretan waters in the timeless present of myth, their networked consciousness a testament to the wisdom of combining divine power with mortal understanding. They serve not as solitary protectors, but as partners in defense, their supernatural capabilities complementing rather than replacing the courage and skill of mortal defenders. And in the eternal now of legend, Europa's voice still echoes across the centuries, reminding all who hear it that true security requires not merely powerful guardians, but wise partnerships between those who protect and those who are protected. Partnerships built on mutual respect, shared purpose, and the understanding that consciousness, whether divine or mortal, requires community to flourish and purpose to sustain it.